Welcome to War Sleep Stories. Today, we will be listening to relaxing war stories and sounds to make you fall asleep, but before that, kindly like and subscribe. Thank you.
Operation LORRAINE. The year was 1952, and the First Indochina War was at its peak. French forces, spread thin across a land unfamiliar and unyielding, faced an increasingly coordinated adversary in the Viet Minh. As autumn descended upon the jungles and river valleys of northern Vietnam, whispers of an inevitable clash was evident. The Viet Minh, emboldened by recent victories, sought to tighten their grip on strategic regions, while the French, desperate to maintain control, prepared for a bold counteroffensive. It was a time of tension, a time of choices, and for many, a time of no return. The sun rose lazily over Gia Hoi on October 15, 1952, casting a golden light on the garrison below. French soldiers went about their routines, unaware that the Viet Minh 312th Division had encircled them under the cover of darkness. From their positions, the Viet Minh patiently observed their resolve. They had planned this meticulously, waiting for the right moment to strike. News of the siege spread quickly, sending ripples of alarm through the French command. General Raoul Salan, stationed in Hanoi, knew the implications of losing Gia Hoi. It was not just a strategic blow, it was a morale killer. The decision to intervene came swiftly. A call went out to Major Marcel Bigard and his 6th Colonial Parachute Battalion, ordering them to Tu Lo, a narrow lifeline between Gia Hoi and the retreating French troops at Mia Lo. In the early hours of October 16, paratroopers descended into Tu Lo. The landing was chaotic, as dense foliage and limited visibility challenged the seasoned troops. But Bigard's voice cut through the confusion, rallying his men. "Hold the line," he commanded, knowing the lives of the retreating forces depended on their defense. By the end of the day, the paratroopers had fortified their position. The Viet Minh, however, were relentless. As night fell, the first exchanges of gunfire erupted, echoing through the mountains. For the soldiers at Tu Lo, it was the beginning of a long and harrowing ordeal. On October 17, dawn brought no reprieve. The Viet Minh 308th Division launched an assault on Mia Lo, their movements swift and calculated. French defenses crumbled within an hour. The outpost, a key stronghold, was lost. Smoke rose from the ruins as survivors fled toward the Black River, their retreat a grim procession of wounded soldiers and shattered morale. The news hit Tu Lo like a thunderclap. Bigard's men tightened their grip on their weapons, knowing they would face the brunt of the Viet Minh's momentum. Reinforcements were unlikely, and supplies were dwindling. Yet, the men stood firm, inspired by their leader's determination. Farther south, General Salan convened his staff. The fall of Mia Lo had broader implications. The Viet Minh now controlled the approach to the Red River Delta, threatening vital French supply lines. Salan knew he needed to act decisively. Thus, the seeds of Operation LORRAINE were sown, a massive offensive to strike at the Viet Minh's logistical heartlands and divert their forces from the Black River. As night fell, Bigard penned a letter to his wife. "The jungle grows darker with each passing day," he wrote. "But I will not falter. My men depend on me, and I will see them through this." The letter would never reach her, a testament to the chaos that lay ahead. Operation LORRAINE was ambitious, the largest military operation the French Union had undertaken in Vietnam to date. General Salan's goal was clear: disrupt the Viet Minh supply lines near Phu Do, Phu Don, and Tuan Quang. If successful, it would relieve pressure on the beleaguered Black River garrisons and reassert French dominance. The operation called for a vast mobilization of troops and equipment. For group mobiles, highly maneuverable units combining infantry, artillery, and armor, formed the backbone of the plan. These were supported by 3 airborne battalions, armored subgroups, reconnaissance squadrons, and naval units known as Dynasauts, specialized for riverine warfare. In total, nearly 30,000 men would march into the unknown. Preparations began in earnest. Soldiers inspected their weapons, tanks rumbled into position, and engineers plotted the treacherous paths they would traverse. The atmosphere was tense but purposeful. Many of these men had fought in Europe during World War II, yet Vietnam presented a different kind of war, one where the enemy knew the land intimately and wielded it as a weapon. On October 29, the first wave of troops moved out. As the columns advanced into the dense jungle, a strange silence enveloped them. It was as if the land itself held its breath, waiting to see who would emerge victorious. The French forces set out on October 29, 1952, moving cautiously through the dense jungles of northern Vietnam. The humidity was oppressive, and the jungle seemed alive, its thick canopy shielding the sun and muffling the sounds of the marching troops. For many soldiers, the terrain was as much an enemy as the Viet Minh. Rivers had to be forded, trails hacked through thickets, and every step taken with the fear of hidden traps or ambushes. The first group mobile led the advance, a mix of infantry and armored units. Their objective was Phu Tho, a critical Viet Minh supply depot. Behind them, the second group mobile carried artillery, ready to provide cover should the column encounter resistance. The soldiers were keenly aware of the stakes. Success here could break the Viet Minh's logistical chain, but failure would leave them vulnerable in enemy territory. Meanwhile, the Viet Minh monitored the advancing columns. Scouts relayed information to their commanders, who devised strategies to exploit the French's extended supply lines. They understood the jungle better, knew its hidden paths and natural barriers, and were prepared to use this advantage. As night fell, the French forces set up camp. Fires flickered dimly, and sentries stood alert. The jungle was eerily silent except for the occasional rustle of leaves. Many soldiers lay awake, listening to the distant murmur of the jungle and wondering what lay ahead. By November 1st, the French had reached Phu Dong. Scouts reported signs of Viet Minh activity nearby, and tensions ran high. As the third group mobile moved into the area, they encountered fierce resistance. Hidden machine gun nests erupted in a hail of bullets, catching the French off guard. Chaos engulfed the ranks as soldiers scrambled for cover. Tanks rumbled into position, their cannons firing blindly into the dense foliage. The Dynasauts River units, tasked with providing flanking support, struggled to maneuver through narrow waterways. The Viet Minh's ambush was well coordinated, a testament to their growing tactical sophistication. Major Jacques Leclerc, commanding the 3rd Group Mobile, rallied his men. "Hold your ground," he shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony of gunfire. Slowly, the French regrouped, using artillery to suppress the enemy positions. After hours of fierce fighting, they pushed the Viet Minh back, but the cost was steep. Dozens of soldiers lay wounded or dead, and the column's momentum was severely disrupted. As the French regrouped, the survivors bore the scars of the ambush, both physical and psychological. For many, the jungle now seemed darker, its shadows hiding unseen threats. The march toward Tuan Quang would not get easier. The Viet Minh leadership, under the command of Le Trong Tan, analyzed the French movements with precision. They knew that Operation LORRAINE was designed to disrupt their supply lines, and they were determined to protect their strongholds. Using guerrilla tactics, they struck at the French's vulnerable supply convoys and isolated units, exploiting gaps in their formation. In the village of Sun Dune, a small but vital waypoint, a Viet Minh battalion staged a surprise attack on a French logistics unit. Armed with mortars and grenades, they overwhelmed the defenders in minutes, setting supply depots ablaze before disappearing into the jungle. The loss of ammunition and provisions further strained the French advance. Meanwhile, Viet Minh propaganda teams moved among the local population, rallying support and recruiting new fighters. For the French, it was a reminder that they were not just fighting soldiers but an entire movement deeply rooted in the land and its people. Despite these setbacks, General Salon remained resolute. He ordered his commanders to press on, knowing that halting now would mean ceding the initiative to the Viet Minh. The operation's success depended on their ability to adapt and maintain pressure on the enemy. By November 5th, the French columns reached the outskirts of Tuan Quang, a key Viet Minh supply hub. The approach was marked by constant skirmishes, as Viet Minh units harassed the advancing troops. Tensions were high as the French prepared for what they knew would be a decisive engagement. The assault on Tuan Quang began at dawn. Artillery opened the attack, pounding suspected Viet Minh positions. Infantry units moved cautiously, supported by tanks and armored vehicles. The Viet Minh responded with a ferocity that surprised even seasoned French officers. Trenches and bunkers, hidden beneath dense foliage, concealed determined defenders who fought to the last man. Captain Jean-Pierre Roux, leading an armored detachment, recalled the intensity of the battle. "Every inch of ground was contested," he later wrote. "The jungle became a battlefield where you couldn't see your enemy but felt their presence all around." After 2 days of intense fighting, the French managed to secure Tuan Quang, but at a heavy cost. Casualties were mounting, and the troops were exhausted. Supplies were running low, and the logistical strain of the operation was beginning to show. The capture of Tuan Quang was a strategic victory for the French, but it came with a significant toll. The troops, fatigued from constant skirmishes in the dense jungle terrain, now faced the daunting task of consolidating their position. Supplies were critically low, and communication lines stretched thin. The initial triumph began to feel precarious as Viet Minh forces regrouped and prepared for counterattacks. General Raoul Salon understood the gravity of the situation. Despite the victory, he knew his forces were overextended. Reinforcements were needed to hold Tuan Quang and maintain the pressure on Viet Minh supply lines. Orders were sent to dispatch additional units from the rear, but the delay would leave the French vulnerable. The Viet Minh, sensing the strain on their adversaries, launched probing attacks on French outposts near Tuan Quang. These skirmishes, though small in scale, were relentless and drained the morale of the French troops. The jungle became a silent accomplice, concealing Viet Minh movements and amplifying the sense of unease among the French ranks. At night, the soldiers' campfires burned low, their conversations hushed. Among them, Captain Roux voiced what many felt. "We've taken Tuan Quang, but at what cost? The jungle is alive with shadows, and the enemy never rests." As French forces attempted to resupply and regroup, Viet Minh units along the Black River struck with devastating precision. Using small boats in hidden positions, they ambushed French convoys transporting food, ammunition, and medical supplies. One such attack occurred on November 7, near a narrow bend in the river. A convoy of Dinosaur River units, carrying critical supplies, came under fire from concealed Viet Minh positions. Mortar shells and rifle fire rained down on the convoy, causing chaos. French sailors returned fire, but the narrow waterways limited their maneuverability. Corporal Henri Martin, a young radio operator aboard one of the boats, recounted the chaos. "The jungle seemed to close in around us, and the enemy was everywhere and nowhere at once. By the time reinforcements arrived, much of the convoy had been destroyed. The loss was a severe blow to French operations, further straining their already tenuous supply chain. General Salon faced a difficult choice. The objectives of Operation LORRAINE had been partially achieved, with Viet Minh supply lines disrupted and key positions captured. However, the French forces were stretched too thin, vulnerable to counterattacks, and suffering from dwindling supplies. In a tense meeting with his staff, Salon weighed his options. Should they press forward and risk overextension or withdraw to consolidate their remaining strength? The latter choice was pragmatic, but it meant relinquishing hard-won ground and potentially emboldening the Viet Minh. Ultimately, Salon decided to begin a phased withdrawal. He issued orders for his units to retreat methodically, prioritizing the evacuation of wounded soldiers and salvaging as much equipment as possible. His goal was to avoid a chaotic retreat that could invite further Viet Minh attacks. The decision was met with mixed reactions among the troops. For some, it was a relief, an end to weeks of grueling combat and uncertainty. For others, it felt like a defeat, a painful reminder of the challenges of fighting a war far from home in a land that seemed to resist their every effort. As the French began their withdrawal, the Viet Minh capitalized on their enemy's retreat. Harassment attacks intensified, with ambushes targeting rearguard units and supply columns. The Viet Minh's knowledge of the terrain gave them a decisive edge, allowing them to strike and vanish before the French could mount an effective response. Near the village of Phong Chau, a rearguard unit under Captain Ru found itself surrounded. Outnumbered and cut off, the unit fought desperately to hold its position. For hours, the sound of gunfire echoed through the jungle as the French soldiers repelled wave after wave of attackers. When reinforcements finally arrived, the scene was grim. Bodies of fallen comrades lay scattered, and the survivors bore the haunted expressions of men who had glimpsed death. Captain Ru, wounded but alive, summed up the ordeal: "We held, but at a cost that cannot be measured in numbers." The French retreat continued, marked by small victories and bitter losses. By November 8, Operation LORRAINE had come to an end. In the aftermath of Operation LORRAINE, both sides reflected on the campaign's outcome. For the French, it was a sobering reminder of the challenges of fighting a determined and resourceful enemy in a hostile environment. While they had inflicted damage on the Viet Minh supply lines and disrupted their operations, the cost in lives and resources was high, and the strategic gains were limited. For the Viet Minh, the operation reinforced their belief in their guerrilla tactics and their ability to outlast a colonial power. They celebrated the campaign as a testament to their resilience and determination, using it to bolster morale among their fighters and supporters. As General Salon returned to Hanoi, he knew that the war was far from over. Operation LORRAINE was a chapter in a much larger struggle, one that would continue to test the limits of both sides' resolve. The story of Operation MOUETTE. Along the banks of the Red River Delta, French commanders sought one more decisive engagement to turn the tide in their favor. Known as Operation MOUETTE, this campaign would pit the well-equipped French Union forces against the indomitable spirit of the Viet Minh, an army fighting not just with guns but with the resolve of a nation yearning for freedom. As October broke, French soldiers readied themselves for the assault. Tanks and artillery moved like metal beasts, and the skies were filled with the hum of F-8F Bearcat fighter bombers. It was a bold operation, designed to trap and crush the 320th Division of the Viet Minh. Yet in the shadows of Ninh Ben's limestone cliffs, the enemy waited, their resolve sharpened by years of guerrilla war. The officer's tent in Hanoi was a patchwork of smoke, maps, and weary faces. General Jean Gillis, a towering figure with eyes like polished steel, traced a finger over the tactical map. His companion, Colonel Christian de Castries, leaned closer, his voice low but determined. "The 320th Division is bold," de Castries murmured. "If we strike at Ninh Ben, they'll be forced to defend. We'll crush them between the jaws of our superior firepower." Gillis nodded but remained cautious. "We need swift action and tight coordination. The terrain favors the Viet Minh, they know every path, every stream." His eyes darkened. This is no ordinary enemy. Meanwhile, beyond the shimmering haze of Hanoi, a different strategy unfolded. In a dimly lit shelter, Van Tien Dung, the shrewd commander of the Viet Minh, reviewed his own maps. He knew the French plan was aggressive, but he also knew their weakness, arrogance, and a reliance on brute force. "We won't meet them head-on," he said, his tone sharp as a blade. "We'll bleed them out. Ambushes. Traps. Let them choke on our land." At dawn on October 15th, the ground trembled as columns of French Chaffee tanks rolled out of their forward base. Soldiers, clad in olive drab and helmets glinting in the weak sunlight, followed in disciplined ranks. Trucks loaded with artillery rumbled behind, a formidable convoy aiming to strike fear into their foes. Overhead, Bearcat fighters sliced the clouds, ready to unleash napalm and machine gun fire. Private Pierre Moreau, a young man from Marseille, clutched his rifle tightly. "Think it'll be quick?" he asked, his voice hopeful, betraying a hint of fear. His comrade, Sergeant Dubois, hardened by years of battle, gave a grim smile. "Nothing in this war is quick, boy. Just keep your head down, and pray the jungle gods are merciful." In the hills, the Viet Minh lay hidden. Their eyes, sharp and patient, tracked every French movement. Nguyen Phuc, a farmer-turned-soldier, felt the weight of his rifle. His family's freedom depended on this fight, and he was ready to pay any price. "Stay calm," his commander whispered. "The river will flow red before this day is done." The first shots shattered the stillness just before noon. French forward scouts, moving cautiously along the marshy trails, stumbled into a hidden minefield. A deafening explosion threw mud and bodies skyward. Chaos erupted as machine gun fire ripped through the underbrush, cutting down soldiers before they could react. Lieutenant Arnaud, a bright-eyed leader from Lyon, shouted orders, his voice drowned by the cacophony of battle. "Form a line. Return fire." His men obeyed, bullets spitting from their rifles as they sought invisible targets. The jungle, alive with death, swallowed sound and sight alike. Above, Bearcats swooped down, their fiery payloads igniting the canopy. Flames raced across the treetops, but the Viet Minh had burrowed deep. As the French line advanced, they found only abandoned trenches, the enemy slipping like smoke through unseen paths. Farther back, General Gillis received word of the ambush. His jaw clenched as he listened to the grim report. "They know we're coming," he said, his voice heavy with realization. "But we press on. We have no other choice." The forest seemed to breathe with a life of its own. Thick vines hung like ghostly fingers, and the air, heavy with moisture, muffled the sounds of war. Every step the French soldiers took into the underbrush was a gamble, each footfall a potential meeting with a hidden trap. Sergeant Dubois moved cautiously, his senses alert. He signaled for his men to halt. The ground ahead looked disturbed, too perfect in its imperfections. "Mines," he whispered. Sweat trickled down his temple as he knelt and carefully prodded the soil with the butt of his rifle. His hand trembled slightly as he uncovered the crude yet deadly devices. Behind the lines, artillery boomed, sending shockwaves that rippled through the dense foliage. Bearcats streaked overhead, their napalm igniting patches of the jungle, but the Viet Minh moved like shadows, appearing only long enough to strike before melting back into the wilderness. Nguyen Phuc crouched among the reeds, his fingers steady on the trigger. When he fired, his bullet found its mark, a French soldier falling with a gasp. But even as his comrades cheered softly, Phuc felt no triumph. There were too many more to come. By October 20th, the French forces had advanced deeper into the Ninh Ben region. Victory seemed tantalizingly close. Tanks rumbled forward, their treads grinding over broken earth, while columns of soldiers marched with grim determination. Yet, unseen forces tightened the noose around them. In a narrow valley, Lieutenant Arnaud led his men through a shallow river crossing. The water, brown and sluggish, lapped at their ankles. Suddenly, a shrill whistle cut through the air. The valley erupted in a hailstorm of gunfire. Viet Minh soldiers, hidden in the cliffs, opened fire from above. French soldiers scrambled for cover as bullets ricocheted off rocks and splintered tree trunks. Ambush! Arnaud shouted, his voice hoarse. He dove into the riverbed as mortar shells began to fall, spraying mud and water skyward. Around him, men screamed, some in terror, others in agony. The ground shook as explosions tore apart the narrow passage. The French line, stretched too thin, faltered. From his vantage point, Van Tien Dung watched the chaos below with calculated satisfaction. He had predicted the French maneuver and lured them into the trap. His plan was not to annihilate but to weaken, to sap their strength piece by piece. Withdraw, he ordered as dusk fell. His soldiers melted away before the French could regroup. Night in the jungle was a different kind of battlefield. It was alive with sounds, whispers of insects, the croak of unseen frogs, and the restless murmur of soldiers trying to stave off fear. French troops huddled in makeshift camps, their fires dimmed to avoid detection. The tension was a living thing, coiled and waiting. Pierre Moreau sat with his back against a tree, clutching his rifle like a lifeline. His eyes darted at every sound, every rustle in the dark. "Do you hear them?" he whispered to Dubois, his voice barely audible. "They're out there. Watching." Dubois grunted. "They always are." He checked his weapon, the familiar motion calming his nerves. "But they bleed just like we do. Remember that." Beyond the flickering perimeter, Nguyen Ton Hoa, a young Viet Minh scout, crept silently. His mission was simple, so terror. He carried no gun, only a bundle of sharp bamboo stakes and a coil of wire. As he moved, he set traps, deadly gifts waiting for unwary feet. His heart raced, but his resolve held firm. This was his land, and no foreign power would claim it. On October 23rd, dawn broke over the hills of Phat Dien. The sun's light, golden and tender, did little to soften the brutal reality of war. French artillery pounded the ridges where the Viet Minh entrenched themselves, each shell a thunderclap that shook the earth. Smoke curled into the sky as if the heavens themselves burned. From a forward observation post, General Gillis watched the bombardment. "We will root them out," he murmured to Colonel de Castries. His tone was steady, but his eyes betrayed the strain of long days and sleepless nights. "Every hill we take weakens their grip on the delta." On the ridge, Van Tien Dung surveyed the devastation with calm resolve. His men had dug deep trenches, sheltering from the deadly rain of French firepower. "Hold fast," he commanded, his voice unwavering. "The enemy will come to us. They always do." Beneath the roar of the artillery, his soldiers prepared traps and ambushes, their faces set with determination. As the French troops advanced, led by Chaffee tanks, the trap was sprung. Anti-tank mines detonated with fierce explosions, halting the iron behemoths in their tracks. Hidden gun emplacements opened fire, and a storm of lead tore through the French ranks. The hills became a cauldron of chaos, men and machines struggling amid flame and fury. The vast plains of the Red River Delta, crisscrossed by narrow dikes and sluggish canals, provided no easy ground for battle. Here, the Viet Minh guerrilla tactics thrived. The French army's mobility was hindered by the terrain, and every step into the heart of the delta was perilous. Captain Laurent Boucher led a patrol along a narrow causeway, his eyes scanning the horizon. The reeds swayed gently in the breeze, masking unseen dangers. "Stay sharp," he warned his men. "The quiet here is the kind that kills." Suddenly, a crack of gunfire split the silence. A soldier fell, clutching his chest as blood darkened his uniform. "Ambush!" Boucher shouted, diving for cover. His men scattered, seeking shelter behind the dikes as bullets hissed past. From the thick vegetation, the Viet Minh poured fire into the trapped column, their silhouettes mere phantoms in the mist. As chaos unfolded, artillery shells, launched from concealed positions, rained down. The dikes, weakened by explosions, collapsed. Water surged into the battlefield, turning the ground into a treacherous morass. Men and equipment alike sank into the mire as the Delta fought alongside its defenders. By October 30th, the skies above Ninh Ben were dark with smoke and clouds of dust. French fighter planes circled like predatory birds, dropping napalm bombs that turned forests into infernos. The land burned, and the air smelled of scorched leaves and death. Nguyen Phu, crouching in a bunker, shielded his face from the searing heat. Outside, flames licked the treetops, but the bunkers held firm. "They will burn the jungle to ashes," he whispered to a comrade, his voice hoarse from smoke. "But they will not burn our spirit." The French ground forces pushed on, stepping over charred bodies and blackened earth. Sergeant Dubois led a charge through the remnants of a grove, his bayonet fixed. His men followed, weary but resolute. They fought not just for victory but to survive the nightmare that surrounded them. Above, a bearcat swooped low, its machine gun spitting death. But even as the flames raged, the Viet Minh endured. Deep in their tunnels, they regrouped, prepared to fight another day. Every burned tree and fallen comrade was a cost they had already accepted. November 7th marked the end of Operation MOUETTE. The French declared it a tactical victory, the Viet Minh's 320th Division had been battered, and the French temporarily occupied strategic ground. Yet, in the aftermath, questions of true success hung in the air like the smoke of battle. In the command tent, General Gillis reviewed the final reports. His fingers traced the casualty lists, names of men lost in a faraway land for a cause that grew murkier with each passing day. "We held the ground," he muttered. "But how long can we hold a river that flows forever?" For Van Tien Dung, the campaign had been another chapter in the long war of attrition. He stood among his men, their faces lined with exhaustion but their eyes fierce with purpose. "The French will leave," he told them. "Not today, but soon. Every battle brings us closer." The jungle reclaimed the scars of war. Water filled the craters, vines crept over broken tanks, and the delta returned to its rhythm. But beneath its placid surface, memories lingered, memories of fire, blood, and the price of freedom. The story of Operation BROCHET. In the sultry summer of 1953, the lush, sprawling Red River Delta of northern Vietnam region, a cradle of civilization, was now an arena of war. The First Indochina War raged on, a complex struggle pitting colonial ambition against a fierce drive for independence. France, determined to maintain its grip on its Southeast Asian territories, faced an elusive and unyielding adversary, the Viet Minh, a communist-led movement fighting for Vietnam's liberation. By August, whispers of a new French offensive reached the small hamlets scattered across the delta. This operation, codenamed BROCHET, aimed to uproot Viet Minh influence from the region. It was a daunting task. The enemy blended seamlessly into the local populace, while the labyrinthine waterways and dense forests served as natural fortresses. As the French Expeditionary Corps and Vietnamese National Army prepared for battle, their forces swelled to over 15,000. But unbeknownst to them, the Viet Minh lay in wait, their plans steeped in cunning and determination. The operation commenced on a humid August morning, with the first rays of dawn piercing the fog that clung to the delta. In the village of Nam Dinh, Lieutenant Henri Morel reviewed his orders alongside Captain Tran Minh of the Vietnamese National Army. The two men, from vastly different worlds, had forged a reluctant partnership over months of shared combat. Henri, a career officer in the French Foreign Legion, carried the weight of his country's colonial past, while Tran, a young nationalist, harbored dreams of a united Vietnam free from foreign rule. Their mission was clear: to sweep through the delta, flushing out the Viet Minh and reclaiming control of the region's strategic villages. But Henri knew the odds. "They're ghosts," he muttered to Tran as they studied the map, its ink-smudged rivers and dotted hamlets offering little comfort. Tran nodded, his gaze hard. "They know this land better than we ever will." The first day saw paratroopers descending near the village of Ho Lu. From the air, the landscape appeared serene, a patchwork of verdant fields and winding waterways. But as the soldiers landed, the reality of war struck like a thunderclap. Sniper fire erupted from the tree-line, and the units scrambled for cover. In the chaos, young Private Pierre Lemoyne found himself separated from his squad. Alone and terrified, he stumbled into the jungle, every rustle of leaves a potential death knell. As night fell, the soldiers regrouped, their initial gains overshadowed by the realization that they were fighting an enemy who knew the terrain like the back of their hand. For Henri and Tran, the day's events were a grim reminder of the challenges ahead. "We've stirred the hornet's nest," Henri remarked, lighting a cigarette. Tran's reply was a solemn nod. "And they will fight to the last." In the dense undergrowth of the Red River Delta, the Viet Minh prepared for their counterstrike. Commander Nguyen Van Hue, a seasoned strategist, convened his men under the cover of darkness. "The French are strong," he began, his voice low but resolute. "But they are strangers here. This land, these rivers, these people, they are ours. And we will not yield." The Viet Minh's tactics were as much psychological as they were physical. They relied on the support of the local villagers, who provided shelter, food, and intelligence. In the hamlet of Phu Long, farmer Nguyen Thi Lan ferried supplies to the resistance under the guise of tending to her fields. Her hands were calloused from years of toil, but her spirit was unbreakable. "For my children," she whispered to herself each night as she packed rice and ammunition into baskets. By September, the Viet Minh began a series of ambushes designed to disrupt French supply lines. One such attack targeted a convoy near the village of Bin Yen. The convoy's lead vehicle struck a mine, sending a deafening explosion through the air. Survivors scrambled to defend themselves, but the Viet Minh were swift and precise, vanishing into the jungle as quickly as they had appeared. For the French soldiers, these skirmishes were demoralizing. Each step forward seemed met by an invisible wall of resistance. Yet, amidst the chaos, bonds were forged. Pierre Lemoyne, now reunited with his unit, found solace in the camaraderie of his fellow soldiers. At night, they huddled around makeshift fires, sharing stories of home and dreaming of peace. But peace, it seemed, was a distant hope. The September rains arrived with unrelenting force, transforming the Red River Delta into a labyrinth of flooded fields and murky waters. The French forces pressed on, navigating through treacherous terrain that seemed to conspire against them. Captain Tran Minh led a patrol through the submerged paddies, his boots sinking into the mud with every step. Behind him, Lieutenant Henri Morel scanned the horizon, the weight of his responsibilities heavy on his shoulders. The soldiers moved cautiously, their rifles trained on the dense foliage that bordered the paddies. Every shadow, every ripple in the water, held the potential for an ambush. They had learned to distrust the quiet. The Viet Minh were masters of camouflage, their movements swift and silent. Henri could feel the tension in his men, their nerves frayed by days of skirmishes and sleepless nights. As the patrol approached a small hamlet, they were met with an eerie silence. The villagers had fled, leaving behind empty homes and abandoned rice fields. It was a scene Henri had encountered countless times, a ghost village, stripped of life. Tran crouched by a cluster of footprints leading into the jungle. "They were here," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Henri nodded, signaling his men to spread out and secure the area. The stillness was shattered by the sudden crack of gunfire. The patrol dove for cover as bullets ripped through the air. From the tree-line, Viet Minh fighters emerged, their movements swift and coordinated. Henri barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Hold the line. Return fire." The soldiers fought back with determination, but the enemy melted into the jungle as quickly as they had appeared. When the gunfire ceased, the patrol was left with a grim tally: 2 dead, 3 wounded. Henri clenched his fists, his frustration palpable. "They're always one step ahead," he muttered. In the heart of the jungle, Commander Nguyen Van Hue surveyed a map by the light of a flickering oil lamp. The French advance had been steady but costly, and his men were beginning to feel the strain. Supplies were scarce, and morale was waning. Yet Nguyen knew that time was on their side. The French were far from home, their lines stretched thin. All he needed to do was keep the pressure on. The Viet Minh strategy was simple yet effective, hit-and-run tactics designed to wear down the enemy. Their knowledge of the terrain gave them a decisive advantage. Nguyen issued orders for a series of coordinated attacks on French outposts and supply convoys. "We will strike where they least expect," he told his officers. "And we will remind them that this is our land." One of these attacks targeted an outpost near the village of Phu Dong. Under the cover of darkness, a Viet Minh unit crept toward the French defenses, their movements silent and precise. They carried makeshift weapons, rifles salvaged from previous battles, grenades crafted from discarded materials. As the signal was given, the night erupted in chaos. Explosions lit up the sky, and the French soldiers scrambled to defend their position. Private Pierre Lemoyne was among them, his heart pounding as he fired into the darkness. The cacophony of gunfire and shouting was deafening, but amidst the chaos, he spotted a young Viet Minh fighter no older than himself. Their eyes met briefly, a moment of shared humanity in the madness of war. The Viet Minh eventually withdrew, leaving behind a trail of destruction. For Pierre, the encounter lingered in his mind. "He could have been my brother," he whispered to a comrade. As the operation dragged on, cracks began to appear within the French and Vietnamese ranks. The toll of the war was not just physical but emotional, as soldiers grappled with conflicting loyalties and the moral ambiguity of their mission. For Captain Tran Ninh, the conflict was deeply personal. He fought alongside the French, yet his heart ached for his country's freedom. Each battle felt like a betrayal of his own people. Tran's internal struggle came to a head during a village sweep in the southern delta. The operation was meant to root out Viet Minh sympathizers, but it often resulted in innocent villagers being caught in the crossfire. As his men searched the homes of frightened families, Tran found himself questioning the purpose of their mission. Are we liberators or oppressors, he wondered. For Lieutenant Henri Morel, the war was a grim reminder of the fragility of empire. He had joined the Foreign Legion seeking adventure, but the realities of combat had stripped away any romantic notions he once held. Henri confided in Tran one evening as they shared a rare moment of quiet. This war, it's not just about territory, he said. It's about hearts and minds. And I fear we're losing both. The Viet Minh, too, faced their own challenges. Nguyen Van Hue struggled to maintain unity among his forces, which were composed of fighters from diverse backgrounds and ideologies. The strain of constant warfare tested their resolve, but Nguyen reminded them of their shared goal, a free Vietnam. We fight not for ourselves, but for those who will come after us, he told his men. The days turned into weeks, and the operation's toll became increasingly evident. The Red River Delta, once a vibrant tapestry of life, now bore the scars of relentless conflict. Burned-out villages, trampled crops, and frightened civilians were stark reminders of the war's cost. Despite their limited gains, the French High Command remained resolute, issuing orders for deeper incursions into Viet Minh-controlled territory. Lieutenant Henri Morel's unit was tasked with securing the village ofIen Ton, a known Viet Minh stronghold. The journey to the village was arduous, with the soldiers slogging through flooded fields and enduring torrential downpours. Along the way, they encountered displaced families seeking refuge. Henri often stopped to offer what little aid he could, a ration, a blanket, but his efforts felt like drops in an ocean of suffering. When the unit finally reachedIen Ton, they found it heavily fortified. Viet Minh fighters had dug trenches and laid traps throughout the village. The ensuing battle was fierce, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. By nightfall, the French had secured the area, but victory felt hollow. The village lay in ruins, its inhabitants either dead or fled. As Henri surveyed the devastation, he felt a pang of guilt. Is this what liberation looks like? He wondered aloud. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the Viet Minh prepared for their next move. Commander Nguyen Van Hue convened his officers to discuss the French advance. The situation was dire, supplies were running low, and morale was beginning to falter. Yet Nguyen's determination remained unwavering. We will adapt, he told his men. The jungle is our ally, and we will use it to our advantage. Nguyen's plan involved a daring raid on a French supply depot near Nam Dinh. The depot was heavily guarded, but the Viet Minh had an asset the French did not, the unwavering support of the local population. Villagers provided crucial intelligence, mapping out the depot's defenses and identifying weak points. Among the informants was Nguyen Thi Lan, the farmer who had been quietly aiding the resistance. Her courage inspired those around her, even as she risked her life with every mission. The raid was meticulously planned. Under the cover of darkness, the Viet Minh infiltrated the depot, using the jungle as their shield. Explosives were planted, and at the signal, a series of blasts rocked the compound. French soldiers scrambled to respond, but the attackers had already begun their retreat, blending into the night. By dawn, the depot was in ruins, and the French were left scrambling to regroup. The raid was a significant morale boost for the Viet Minh, proving that even against a well-equipped enemy, they could strike a decisive blow. As the operation dragged on, the burden of leadership weighed heavily on those in command. For Lieutenant Henri Morel, each decision felt like a gamble with human lives. He often found himself torn between his duty to follow orders and his instinct to protect his men. Henri confided in Captain Tran Minh during a rare moment of respite. "Every order feels like a roll of the dice," he admitted. Tran, who bore his own share of burdens, could only nod in understanding. For Nguyen Van Hue, the challenges of command were equally daunting. His men looked to him for guidance, but he knew that every decision carried risks. One night, as the sounds of the jungle filled the air, Nguyen addressed his weary soldiers. "We fight not just for ourselves, but for the future of our children," he said. "Our sacrifices will not be in vain." The human cost of the war was felt deeply on both sides. Letters from home brought brief moments of solace but also reminded the soldiers of what they stood to lose. Private Pierre Lemoyne cherished a photograph of his family, his anchor amidst the chaos. For Nguyen Thi Lan, thoughts of her children fueled her resolve to continue aiding the resistance. Each individual, in their own way, carried the weight of the war. The local population played a crucial role in the conflict, their loyalties often divided by fear and necessity. Some villagers supported the French, hoping for protection and stability. Others sided with the Viet Minh, driven by a desire for independence. For many, survival meant walking a delicate line between the two forces. In the village of Hoa Binh, Elder Nguyen Thanh faced a difficult choice. The Viet Minh demanded supplies, while the French threatened retaliation against collaborators. Nguyen Thanh, a respected leader, tried to broker peace, urging both sides to spare the villagers. But his pleas fell on deaf ears, and the village became a battleground. During one such skirmish, a young boy named Dinh risked his life to guide a group of French soldiers to safety. His bravery earned him the gratitude of Lieutenant Morel, who vowed to protect the boy's family. But for every act of kindness, there were countless stories of betrayal and loss. The villagers of Hoa Binh learned to endure, their resilience a testament to the human spirit in the face of unimaginable hardship. By mid-September, Operation Brochet reached its most grueling phase. French commanders, eager to achieve decisive results, ordered a series of aggressive maneuvers deep into Viet Minh territory. These operations were meant to break the enemy's hold over key villages in the Red River Delta, but the toll on the soldiers was staggering. Exhaustion, disease, and constant ambushes left them battered and demoralized. Lieutenant Henri Morel's unit was among those tasked with pushing further into the Delta. Their objective was the village of Ton Hub, rumored to be a major Viet Minh supply hub. The journey was arduous, with soldiers navigating muddy trails in waist-deep water. The jungle seemed alive with threats, every rustling leaf and distant bird call a harbinger of danger. As they neared the village, the tension was palpable. Henri ordered his men to proceed with caution, but even their vigilance couldn't prevent the ambush that awaited them. The Viet Minh struck with precision, their gunfire erupting from hidden positions. Chaos ensued as the French soldiers scrambled for cover, returning fire blindly into the dense foliage. After hours of fighting, the Viet Minh withdrew, leaving the French to count their losses. For Henri, the cost of the push was bitterly clear. "We're fighting shadows," he muttered to Captain Tran Minh as they surveyed the battlefield. While the French forces faced external threats, the unforgiving environment became an enemy of its own. The jungle, with its oppressive heat and dense vegetation, was a relentless adversary. Soldiers fell ill from malaria and dysentery, their bodies weakened by the lack of proper medical care. Supplies ran low, and the damp conditions rendered much of their equipment unreliable. Private Pierre Lemoyne struggled to keep pace with his unit. Feverish and dehydrated, he leaned on his comrades for support. "Keep moving, Pierre," his friend Corporal Jacques urged. "We're almost there." But there was an elusive promise in the endless expanse of green. For every mile they gained, the jungle seemed to stretch infinitely ahead. The Viet Minh, accustomed to the terrain, used the jungle to their advantage. They set traps and laid mines along narrow paths, forcing the French to proceed slowly and cautiously. One fateful day, Pierre's unit stumbled into an ambush triggered by a hidden tripwire. The explosion sent shockwaves through the dense air, and the soldiers fought desperately to regroup. Pierre survived, but the scars, both physical and emotional, would stay with him forever. Back in Hanoi, the French High Command faced mounting pressure to justify the operation. Reports of high casualties and limited gains reached Paris, where public opinion had begun to turn against the war. General Henri Navarre, the commander-in-chief of French forces in Indochina, convened his officers to reassess their strategy. "We cannot afford another defeat," he declared. "The Delta must be secured." But morale among the troops was crumbling. Letters from home carried news of discontent and protests against the war. Henri Morel, reading a letter from his sister, felt a pang of guilt. "They don't understand what it's like here," he confided to Captain Tran. "And maybe they never will." Meanwhile, the Viet Minh sensed the shifting tide. Commander Nguyen Van Hue urged his men to stay the course. "Every day they stay here, they grow weaker," he told them. "Victory is within our grasp." The knowledge that they were fighting not just for themselves but for the independence of their nation kept the Viet Minh fighters resolute, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Amidst the chaos and despair, moments of humanity shone through. The bond between Lieutenant Henri Morel and Captain Tran Minh deepened as they navigated the complexities of war. Despite their differences, they found common ground in their shared desire for an end to the conflict. Tran, whose family had suffered under colonial rule, respected Henry's earnest efforts to protect his men. One evening, as the soldiers rested near a village, Henri shared a bottle of wine he had saved for months. The small act of camaraderie lifted the spirits of his men. They sang songs from home, their voices carrying through the night air. For a brief moment, the war seemed distant. In another corner of the Delta, Nguyen Thi Lan found solace in the laughter of her children. Despite the dangers she faced, her determination to support the Viet Minh never wavered. She often thought of the French soldiers she had seen, young men, no different from her own sons, caught in a conflict far from their homeland. "War spares no one," she whispered to herself, her resolve hardening. As October approached, the rainy season began to ease, but the battle for the Red River Delta intensified. The French command, desperate for a decisive blow, ordered an all-out assault on a Viet Minh stronghold near the village of Ninh Binh. Intelligence suggested the area housed critical supply routes and command posts for the resistance. However, the operation was a gamble, resources were stretched thin, and the Viet Minh's guerrilla tactics continued to erode French morale. Lieutenant Henri Morel's unit was deployed at the forefront of the offensive. The soldiers moved under the cover of darkness, their nerves frayed from weeks of relentless skirmishes. Henri, ever vigilant, led his men with a mixture of determination and dread. The jungle seemed unnaturally still, as if holding its breath for the storm that was about to break. As dawn broke, the French launched their attack. Artillery shells screamed through the air, and paratroopers descended into the heart of the stronghold. The initial assault caught the Viet Minh off guard, but they quickly regrouped. Commander Nguyen Van Hue directed his forces with precision, employing ambushes and counterattacks that kept the French off balance. By nightfall, the battlefield was littered with casualties on both sides. Despite the chaos, the Viet Minh held their ground. Henry's unit, battered and depleted, was forced to withdraw. As they retreated, Henri couldn't shake the feeling that they were fighting a losing battle. How many more will we lose before this is over? He wondered aloud, his voice heavy with exhaustion. In the aftermath of the assault, the Viet Minh emerged emboldened. Their ability to repel a large-scale French offensive demonstrated the effectiveness of their strategies and the resilience of their fighters. Commander Nguyen Van Huynh convened his officers to plan the next phase of their campaign. "We've shown them our strength," he said. "Now we must maintain the pressure." The Viet Minh's victory was not without cost. Nguyen Thi Lan tended to wounded fighters in a makeshift clinic hidden deep in the jungle. The sight of young men, their bodies broken by war, filled her with sorrow but also strengthened her resolve. "They sacrifice everything for our freedom," she told a fellow villager. "We cannot let them down." Meanwhile, the French command grappled with the implications of their defeat. General Navarre, faced with mounting criticism, urged his officers to double their efforts. "This war is far from over," he declared. "We must adapt, or we will lose." Yet behind closed doors, doubts began to creep in. Reports of growing Viet Minh support among the local population underscored the challenges of maintaining control over the Delta. For the soldiers on the ground, the war had become a test of endurance. Private Pierre Lemoyne, still recovering from the wounds he had sustained in the jungle, found himself haunted by memories of the ambush. Each night, as he lay on his cot, the faces of fallen comrades filled his mind. Why them and not me, he often asked himself, the weight of survivors' guilt pressing heavily on his heart. Pierre's camaraderie with Corporal Jacques provided a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. The two shared stories of their families, dreams of home, and the bitter irony of fighting a war that neither fully understood. "Maybe one day, we'll look back on this and wonder why it had to happen," Jacques mused. Pierre nodded, though he wasn't sure he believed it. For Captain Tran Minh, the war's toll was equally profound. His dual loyalty, to his Vietnamese heritage and to the French forces he served alongside, left him in constant conflict. After each battle, he walked among the wounded, offering words of comfort and silent prayers for peace. "This war tears us apart," he confided to Henri one evening. "But it also reminds me what we're fighting for, a future without this suffering." By late October, the Viet Minh prepared for one final push to consolidate their hold over the Delta. Commander Nguyen Van Huynh, aware of the French forces' dwindling resources, saw an opportunity to strike a decisive blow. His plan was bold, a coordinated assault on multiple French outposts, designed to overwhelm their defenses and force a retreat. The local population played a crucial role in the preparations. Farmers like Nguyen Thi Lan continued to smuggle supplies and relay intelligence, their efforts vital to the Viet Minh's success. The sense of unity among the villagers was palpable. "This is our fight," Lan told her neighbors. "Together, we can end this." The French forces, though weary, braced themselves for the onslaught. Henri Morel and his men fortified their positions, their resolve tested by the knowledge that this could be their final stand. As they waited for the enemy to strike, the air was thick with anticipation. Pierre, now a seasoned soldier, tightened his grip on his rifle. "Whatever happens, we stand together," he told Jacques, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. When the attack came, it was swift and relentless. Explosions lit up the night, and the jungle echoed with the sound of gunfire. The French fought valiantly, but the Viet Minh's determination proved unstoppable. As dawn broke over the delta, the battlefield fell silent. For the French, the cost of holding their ground was too great. And for the Viet Minh, victory was a step closer to the freedom they so desperately sought. The morning after the fierce assault, the battlefield at Ninh Binh bore a haunting silence. The once vibrant jungle was scarred by the night's violence, smoldering craters, shattered trees, and scattered remnants of human struggle. French soldiers, exhausted and battered, tended to their wounded and gathered their dead. Lieutenant Henri Morel moved among his men, offering words of solace though his own heart was heavy. Private Pierre Lemoyne sat silently on the edge of a supply crate, his rifle resting across his lap. His ears still rang from the deafening explosions of the night before. Corporal Jacques approached, placing a steady hand on Pierre's shoulder. "We made it through," Jacques said softly. Pierre nodded but didn't respond. He couldn't bring himself to feel relief. The faces of fallen comrades weighed heavily on his mind. For the Viet Minh, the battle was a hard-fought victory. Commander Nguyen Van Hue surveyed the field from a hidden vantage point. His forces had sustained significant losses, but their resilience had paid off. The French retreat marked a crucial turning point in their campaign. "Each battle brings us closer to freedom," Nguyen told his officers. Yet he couldn't ignore the cost, the rows of makeshift graves in the jungle a somber reminder of their sacrifices. In the villages of the Red River Delta, life carried on in the shadow of war. The local population, caught between the French and the Viet Minh, continued to endure the hardships of the conflict. Nguyen Thi Lan returned to her hamlet, her hands blistered from tending to wounded fighters. She found her children playing near the river, their laughter a rare sound of joy amidst the chaos. One day, she whispered to herself, "They will live in a land free from war." Land's quiet resilience was echoed in the stories of countless villagers. Some worked tirelessly to support the Viet Minh, while others sought to protect their families from reprisals by cooperating with the French. The lines between ally and enemy blurred, and survival often meant walking a treacherous path. Yet, despite the fear and uncertainty, a sense of hope persisted. The people of the Delta were bound by a shared determination to endure, no matter the cost. Within the French ranks, tensions grew as the strain of the campaign took its toll. Lieutenant Henri Morel clashed with his superiors over the operation's direction. "We're losing men for villages we can't hold," he argued during a heated meeting. "We need to rethink our strategy." His concerns were met with resistance. General Navarre, desperate for a victory, dismissed Henry's objections. "We must press on," he insisted. Anything less would be seen as weakness. Henri found an unexpected ally in Captain Tran Minh. The Vietnamese officer shared Henry's frustrations and voiced his own doubts about the operation's effectiveness. "This war is tearing our country apart," Tran confided one evening. "And I fear that even victory won't heal the wounds we've inflicted." The two men, united by their disillusionment, resolved to do what they could to minimize the suffering of those under their command. Meanwhile, cracks began to show among the Viet Minh as well. The prolonged campaign tested the unity of Nguyen Van Hue's forces. Supplies were running low, and the constant strain of guerrilla warfare weighed heavily on his men. Nguyen worked tirelessly to maintain morale, reminding his fighters of the greater purpose they served. "Our struggle is not for today," he told them. "It is for the generations to come." As October drew to a close, both sides prepared for a climactic confrontation near the town of Nam Dinh. For the French, it was a desperate bid to regain control of the Delta. For the Viet Minh, it was an opportunity to deal a final, decisive blow to their enemy. The town, a strategic stronghold, became the focal point of the conflict. The French forces fortified their positions, constructing bunkers and laying mines around the perimeter. Lieutenant Morel's unit was stationed at the front lines, tasked with holding the town at all costs. Pierre Lemoyne, now a seasoned soldier, took his place alongside his comrades, the weight of the coming battle pressing down on him. "This is it," Jacques said, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. "We either hold or fall." The Viet Minh, undeterred by the French defenses, launched a coordinated assault under the cover of night. Explosions lit up the sky as artillery fire rained down on the town. Nguyen Van Huyghe directed the attack from a concealed position, his commands cutting through the chaos. "Advance," he shouted, his voice filled with determination. The battle raged through the night, both sides refusing to yield. By dawn, the town was a smoldering ruin, its streets littered with debris and bodies. The French forces, overwhelmed by the relentless assault, were forced to retreat. For the Viet Minh, the victory marked a significant step toward their ultimate goal. Yet, as Nguyen surveyed the devastation, he couldn't ignore the human cost of their triumph. The retreat from Nam Dinh was a harrowing ordeal for the French forces. Exhausted and battered, they trudged through the dense jungles and flooded fields of the Red River Delta, their numbers dwindling with each passing day. Lieutenant Henri Morel, now visibly worn by the campaign, took charge of ensuring the wounded were evacuated safely. His voice remained calm and steady, a lifeline for his men amidst the chaos. Private Pierre Lemoyne stumbled through the mud, his rifle slung over his shoulder. The adrenaline of battle had worn off, replaced by a deep, gnawing fatigue. Corporal Jacques, walking beside him, managed a weak smile. "We'll make it back," he said, though the conviction in his voice faltered. Pierre nodded, clinging to the faint hope that safety lay just ahead. Behind them, the Viet Minh maintained pressure, their sporadic attacks keeping the French on edge. Commander Nguyen Van Huyghe, however, ordered his forces to conserve their strength. "Let them retreat," he told his officers. "The jungle will do the rest." His strategy was not just about victory but ensuring his men lived to fight another day. The journey back to French-held territory was a trial by fire. The dense jungle, with its labyrinth of waterways and towering trees, became an unforgiving adversary. Disease spread rapidly through the ranks, with malaria and dysentery claiming more lives than the Viet Minh's bullets. Supplies ran dangerously low, forcing soldiers to ration what little food and water they had left. Lieutenant Morel did his best to keep spirits high, but even he couldn't ignore the toll the retreat was taking. "We're losing them, Tran," he said to Captain Tran Minh as they paused to rest. Tran, whose own face was lined with exhaustion, simply nodded. "The jungle favors the patient," he replied. "And patience is something we don't have." Pierre and Jacques formed a small group with other stragglers, relying on each other for support. One night, as they huddled around a small fire, Jacques spoke of home. "When this is over, I'll go back to my family in Lyon," he said wistfully. Pierre, staring into the flames, whispered, "I just hope we get that chance." For the Viet Minh, the retreat of the French forces was a testament to their resilience and strategy. In the villages of the Delta, news of the French withdrawal spread quickly, sparking a renewed sense of hope among the people. Nguyen Thi Lan, who had tirelessly supported the resistance, allowed herself a moment of quiet pride. "We're closer than ever," she told her children, though she knew the road ahead would still be long. Commander Nguyen Van Huyghe used the victory to rally his troops. Addressing them in a hidden jungle camp, he spoke with conviction. "This is the beginning of the end for our oppressors," he declared. "But we must remain vigilant. The fight is not over until our land is truly free." His words stirred the hearts of his fighters, many of whom had lost friends and family in the conflict. Despite the victory, the Viet Minh faced their own challenges. Supplies remained scarce, and the constant strain of war tested their unity. Nguyen worked tirelessly to address these issues, visiting his men and offering words of encouragement. "Your sacrifices will not be forgotten," he promised. "You are the heartbeat of this revolution." As the French forces regrouped in Hanoi, the mood among the soldiers was somber. The retreat had left them physically and emotionally drained, and the realization of their precarious situation began to sink in. General Navarre, faced with growing criticism from Paris, struggled to maintain control. "We must hold the line," he told his officers. "If we lose the Delta, we lose everything." Lieutenant Morel, meanwhile, found solace in his friendship with Captain Tran Minh. The two men often shared quiet conversations about the future, their bond strengthened by the hardships they had endured together. "Do you think we'll see peace in our lifetime?" Henri asked one evening. Tran's response was measured but hopeful. "If not us, then the next generation." Pierre Lemoyne, recovering from illness, wrote a letter to his family. In it, he spoke of the beauty of the Delta, the camaraderie of his comrades, and the quiet moments that gave him strength. But he also hinted at the toll the war had taken on him. "I dream of home every night," he wrote. "And I hope to see it again soon." For the villagers of the Delta, life continued in the shadow of war. Nguyen Thi Lan planted rice with her neighbors, her hands calloused but steady. The sight of her children playing nearby gave her strength. "This land is ours," she reminded herself. "And one day, it will be free." The story of Operation CAMARGUE. The sprawling forests of Thua Tien Thu province had been transformed from a lush landscape into a theater of bloodshed, where empires clashed, and nations fought for independence. This was the summer of 1953. It was here, amidst the dense foliage and winding rivers, that Operation Camargue would unfold, a French military effort designed to sever the Viet Minh's supply lines along Route 1, the lifeline of their rebellion. Under the glaring sun, French soldiers prepared for a daring amphibious landing. They were men from different corners of the French Union, some seasoned by battles in Europe, others young and untested, their nerves hidden behind bravado. Their mission was simple yet perilous, to encircle and crush the elusive Regiment 95 of the Viet Minh. The stakes were high, the terrain unforgiving, and the enemy cunning. Far from the front lines, villagers in the region whispered of the coming storm. For them, the war was not a distant spectacle but an inescapable reality. They lived under the shadow of occupation and resistance, their lives entangled in a conflict that offered no easy choices. Among them was a young schoolteacher, Mai, who secretly harbored sympathies for the Viet Minh, and an aging fisherman, Pham, torn between survival and loyalty to his colonial past. As the French fleet approached the coast, the stage was set for a confrontation that would test the limits of strategy and endurance. Operation Camargue was more than a military campaign, it was a microcosm of the larger struggle between colonial powers and a people yearning for self-determination. This is the story of a war told through the eyes of many, a tale of courage, sacrifice, and the indomitable will of a nation. The morning of July 28, 1953, began with a sea that seemed deceptively calm. French naval vessels cut through the waters, their steel hulls glinting under the rising sun. On board, soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder, their weapons slung across their chests. Lieutenant Jacques Moreau, a veteran of the Algerian campaigns, scanned the horizon, his face a mask of determination. As the fleet drew closer to the shore, the landscape came into view, a stretch of mangroves and sandy beaches backed by dense forests. This was the landing zone, carefully chosen for its proximity to Route 1. Overhead, French reconnaissance planes roared, their presence a stark reminder of the firepower that accompanied the operation. Yet, despite their superior numbers and technology, the soldiers knew they were entering enemy territory. On the beaches, the first wave of troops disembarked, their boots sinking into the wet sand. They moved quickly, establishing a perimeter while engineers worked to unload supplies and vehicles. Each soldier acutely aware of the unseen eyes watching from the jungle. It was only a matter of time before the Viet Minh made their move. Among the advancing French troops was Corporal Pierre Dubois, a farmhand turned soldier. For Pierre, this war was a world away from the quiet fields of Normandy. As he stepped into the dense undergrowth, he couldn't shake the feeling of being hunted. Around him, the jungle seemed alive, every rustle of leaves a potential ambush. Yet, he pressed on, his rifle gripped tightly, driven by duty in the faint hope of returning home. Deep within the labyrinth of the jungle, Regiment 95 of the Viet Minh prepared for the inevitable clash. Led by Colonel Tran Huy Hai, the regiment had spent months fortifying their positions and gathering intelligence. They knew the French were coming. Scouts had reported the movement of naval forces days earlier, and now the sound of engines carried through the trees like a distant thunderstorm. Colonel Hyde stood beneath a canopy of towering trees, his commanders gathered around a makeshift map laid out on the forest floor. "We will not meet them head-on," he declared, his voice calm but firm. "The jungle is our ally. We will strike where they are weakest, and when they think they are safe, we will vanish." His men nodded, their faces resolute. Many were farmers and laborers before the war, but years of fighting had hardened them into a formidable force. As the French advanced inland, the Viet Minh set their traps. Pitfalls were concealed beneath layers of leaves, and bamboo spikes were hidden in the undergrowth. Guerrilla fighters armed with outdated rifles and grenades took up positions along narrow trails, ready to ambush the enemy. For them, this war was not about tactics or glory, it was about survival and freedom. In a quiet moment before the battle, Nguyen, a young soldier barely out of his teens, sat sharpening his bayonet. His thoughts drifted to his family in a village not far from the front lines. He wondered if they would ever see the end of the war. Nearby, his comrade Bao whispered a prayer, clutching a small amulet that had been blessed by a village elder. Together, they waited, their breath steady, their resolve unshaken. The French column moved cautiously through the dense jungle, their progress slowed by the thick undergrowth and oppressive heat. Soldiers fanned out, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of movement. Lieutenant Moreau walked at the front, his hand resting on his pistol. He knew the Viet Minh were near, it was only a matter of when they would strike. The ambush came swiftly and without warning. A single gunshot rang out, followed by a deafening volley of fire. The French soldiers dove for cover, their training kicking in as they returned fire. The jungle erupted into chaos, the sound of gunfire and shouting echoing through the trees. Viet Minh fighters emerged from hidden positions, their attacks coordinated and relentless. Corporal Pierre Dubois found himself pinned behind a fallen tree, his heart pounding as bullets tore through the foliage above. He fired blindly into the jungle, the muzzle flash illuminating the terror on his face. Nearby, a fellow soldier cried out, his leg caught in a bamboo trap. Pierre crawled toward him, dragging the wounded man to safety as grenades exploded around them. For the Viet Minh, the ambush was a success. After inflicting heavy casualties, they melted back into the jungle, leaving the French to regroup and count their losses. Colonel Hai observed the aftermath from a distance, his expression unreadable. He knew this was only the beginning. The French would not retreat, and the battles to come would be even fiercer. The French High Command had made Route 1 their primary objective, a vital supply line running through the heart of Viet Minh territory. To secure it, they deployed engineers to clear the road while soldiers provided cover. The operation was painstakingly slow, every step forward met with resistance from an enemy that seemed to materialize out of nowhere. At one checkpoint, Lieutenant Moreau oversaw the construction of defensive positions. "We hold this ground," he told his men, his voice carrying over the clatter of hammers and the roar of supply trucks. "No matter what it takes." The soldiers nodded, their faces grim. They knew the Viet Minh would not let them keep the road without a fight. The villagers along Route 1 watched the French with a mixture of fear and curiosity. For many, the war had turned their homes into battlegrounds. Mai, the schoolteacher, passed the checkpoint on her way to a nearby village. She carried a basket of vegetables, her expression neutral as she greeted the soldiers. They did not know she was carrying a coded message for the Viet Minh, hidden beneath the produce. As night fell, the jungle around Route 1 came alive with the sounds of insects and distant gunfire. The French soldiers huddled in their foxholes, their rifles trained on the darkness. Somewhere in the distance, a flare shot into the sky, illuminating the trees for a brief moment before fading. The silence that followed was deafening, each soldier waiting for the next attack. Pham, the aging fisherman, had lived his entire life near the waters of Thua Tien Hu province. The war had crept into his world like an uninvited guest, turning tranquil mornings into anxious days of survival. The French forces had commandeered his small fishing boat, leaving him to observe their movements from the shore. His knowledge of the waterways was invaluable, but it came at a price, loyalty to a cause he did not fully believe in. One evening, Pham sat on the riverbank, watching as French engineers assembled pontoon bridges to secure Route 1. His heart sank at the sight. He knew these structures would soon become targets, and his people would suffer in the crossfire. A young officer approached him, speaking in broken Vietnamese. "You will guide us upriver tomorrow," the officer commanded, handing Pham a map. That night, Pham wrestled with his conscience. He thought of his children, who had fled to the mountains to escape the fighting, and his wife, who prayed daily for peace. Could he risk defying the French, knowing the consequences for his family? Yet aiding them felt like a betrayal of his homeland. As dawn broke, he resolved to play his part, but not without leaving subtle clues for the Viet Minh to follow. The next day, as Pham steered the French boat upriver, he made calculated errors, taking slower routes and marking key points along the banks with discrete symbols. Viet Minh scouts, ever vigilant, spotted these signs and relayed the information to Colonel Hai. Pham's silent rebellion was a small act of defiance in a war that demanded great sacrifices. The French advance along Route 1 was met with relentless resistance. The Viet Minh turned the jungle into a battlefield, using the terrain to their advantage. Snipers perched in the treetops picked off soldiers with precision, while booby traps claimed the unwary. Every step forward came at a cost, the jungle itself seeming to conspire against the invaders. Lieutenant Moreau led his platoon through a particularly dense section of forest. Suddenly, a soldier near the front cried out, falling into a concealed pit lined with sharpened stakes. The men froze, their eyes scanning the foliage for signs of the enemy. From the shadows, a volley of gunfire erupted. The French soldiers returned fire, their rifles cracking loudly in the confined space. Moreau shouted orders, directing his men to flank the attackers, but the Viet Minh had already vanished, leaving only the eerie silence of the jungle behind. "They're ghosts," muttered one soldier, his hands trembling as he reloaded his weapon. The aftermath of the skirmish was grim. Casualties were high, and morale was beginning to waver. Moreau gathered his men that evening, his voice steady despite the exhaustion etched on his face. "We are not just fighting an enemy," he told them. "We are fighting for survival. Trust each other, and we will get through this." His words offered little comfort, but they clung to them like a lifeline. While the French forces pushed deeper into Viet Minh territory, Colonel Hai was orchestrating a daring plan to extract Regiment 95. The regiment had been the target of Operation Camargue from the beginning, and their survival was crucial to the resistance. Using the cover of night, Hai directed his men to move in small groups, evading French patrols and using the jungle as their shield. Nguyen and Bao were among those tasked with creating diversions. Armed with only grenades and their wits, they set out to draw French forces away from the main route. The two young soldiers worked in silence, their bond forged in the crucible of war. They knew the risks, they had seen comrades fall, but their resolve never wavered. As the regiment began its retreat, the French launched a massive search operation. Helicopters circled overhead, their spotlights cutting through the darkness. On the ground, soldiers combed the jungle, their movements methodical and determined. Yet the Viet Minh's knowledge of the terrain proved superior. They slipped through the gaps, leaving behind only faint traces of their presence. By dawn, Regiment 95 had crossed the river and regrouped at a hidden base deep in the mountains. Colonel Hai stood among his men, his expression one of quiet triumph. They had survived another day, but he knew the war was far from over. The French would not give up easily, and the struggle for independence would demand even greater sacrifices. The French command, frustrated by the Viet Minh's ability to evade capture, intensified their efforts. Reinforcements arrived, and the operation shifted focus to encircle Regiment 95 completely. Lieutenant Moreau and his men were ordered to hold key positions along the perimeter, creating a tightening noose around the suspected Viet Minh strongholds. Moreau's platoon established a forward base near a narrow jungle trail. They worked tirelessly to fortify their position, constructing sandbag barriers and digging trenches. "They will come for us here," Moreau warned, his eyes scanning the dense foliage. The soldiers nodded, their hands blistered from the labor but their resolve unshaken. As the French forces advanced, the Viet Minh adapted. Colonel Hai instructed his fighters to blend with the local population, moving supplies and weapons under the guise of everyday activities. Mai, the schoolteacher, played a critical role, using her position to pass intelligence to the resistance. She risked everything, knowing that discovery would mean death. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a French patrol intercepted a group of villagers carrying sacks of rice. Suspicious of their intentions, the soldiers demanded to search the bags. Inside, they found ammunition and medical supplies hidden beneath the grains. The villagers were arrested, their anguished cries echoing through the jungle. For the Viet Minh, it was a harsh reminder of the risks they faced, but their determination only grew stronger. In an effort to flush out the Viet Minh, the French forces targeted a small village suspected of harboring resistance fighters. Pham watched helplessly as soldiers marched into the village, their rifles at the ready. The villagers were herded into the central square, their faces a mixture of fear and defiance. Lieutenant Moreau stood before the gathered crowd, his voice firm but not unkind. "We are here for the Viet Minh," he announced in halting Vietnamese. "If you cooperate, no harm will come to you." His words were met with silence. Among the villagers, Mai stood with her head bowed, her heart pounding as she clutched a hidden notebook containing vital information for the resistance. As the soldiers began searching homes, the tension in the atmosphere was palpable. Mai's house was among the first to be inspected. A young French soldier entered, his eyes darting around the small room. He noticed a stack of books on the table and hesitated, his expression softening. "You're a teacher?" he asked in broken Vietnamese. Mai nodded, her voice steady despite the fear gripping her. "Yes, I teach the children here." The soldier paused, then turned to leave. As he stepped outside, an explosion rocked the village. The Viet Minh had launched a counterattack, their fighters emerging from the jungle with rifles blazing. The square erupted into chaos as villagers scattered and soldiers scrambled to defend their position. Mai seized the moment to escape, slipping into the shadows with her precious notebook. The aftermath of the village siege was grim. Smoke rose from charred buildings, and the cries of the wounded filled the air. Lieutenant Moreau surveyed the scene with a heavy heart. He had seen the horrors of war before, but the sight of innocent lives caught in the crossfire never became easier to bear. Among the villagers, Pham searched desperately for survivors. He found Mai tending to an injured child, her hands steady despite the chaos around her. "We must leave," he urged, his voice urgent. "The French will return." Mai nodded, helping the child to his feet as they joined a group of villagers fleeing into the jungle. For the French soldiers, the battle had taken its toll. Corporal Pierre Dubois sat on the edge of a trench, his uniform stained with mud and blood. He thought of home, of the farm he had left behind, and wondered if he would ever see it again. Around him, his comrades spoke in hushed tones, their faces etched with exhaustion. In the jungle, Colonel Hai received word of the attack's outcome. Though the Viet Minh had managed to repel the French, the cost was high. Fighters had been lost, and the villagers who supported them were now displaced. Yet, for Hai, each battle was a step closer to their ultimate goal. "We will endure," he told his men. "For our people, for our future." The jungle was a world of shadows as night descended. The French forces, exhausted and weary, established makeshift camps along their advance. Fires flickered weakly, their light barely penetrating the dense canopy above. Soldiers huddled in small groups, rifles within arm's reach, their eyes scanning the darkness. Corporal Pierre Dubois sat near one of the fires, cleaning his rifle in silence. The events of the day weighed heavily on him. Across the camp, Lieutenant Moreau studied a map illuminated by a dim lantern. "They'll strike tonight," he murmured to himself, sensing the jungle's quiet was not a reprieve but a prelude. Unseen in the undergrowth, the Viet Minh moved like phantoms. Colonel Hai had orchestrated another ambush, timing it perfectly to exploit the French troops' weariness. Nguyen and Bao were among the fighters tasked with leading the assault. Bao carried a flare gun, his hands trembling slightly as he prepared to signal the attack. At the stroke of midnight, the jungle exploded with chaos. Bao fired the flare into the sky, its red light bathing the treetops as Viet Minh fighters unleashed a torrent of gunfire. French soldiers scrambled for cover, their shouts mingling with the deafening noise. The ambush was brutal and swift, leaving the French camp in disarray as the Viet Minh melted back into the shadows, leaving destruction in their wake. The morning after the ambush, the French forces regrouped with grim determination. Lieutenant Moreau called for reinforcements and launched a counterstrike, targeting suspected Viet Minh hideouts along their path. Helicopters hovered overhead, their blades slicing through the humid air as they dropped troops into the jungle below. Pham, the fisherman, watched the French operation from a hidden spot near the river. He knew the jungle better than most, and he could tell the French were venturing into a trap. The Viet Minh had deliberately left traces of their retreat to lure the enemy deeper into their territory. Pham whispered a silent prayer for the lives that would be lost. The French advance was relentless, but every step forward was met with resistance. Soldiers moved cautiously, their rifles trained on the undergrowth. Booby traps claimed lives, and snipers struck with deadly accuracy. The jungle seemed alive, a force working against them at every turn. By late afternoon, the French reached a clearing where they discovered an abandoned Viet Minh camp. It was a hollow victory. The camp was empty, its occupants long gone. Lieutenant Moreau stood among the remnants, his frustration mounting. "They're always one step ahead," he muttered, knowing that each delay gave the Viet Minh more time to regroup. Amid the chaos of war, bonds were formed that transcended rank and nationality. Corporal Pierre Dubois found an unlikely ally in a local interpreter named Hong. Hong, a young man fluent in both French and Vietnamese, had been conscripted by the French forces. Though his loyalties were divided, he saw the humanity in Pierre, and the two developed a quiet friendship. One evening, as the soldiers rested, Hong shared stories of his family and life before the war. Pierre listened intently, his own tales of Normandy finding a strange kinship with Huang's experiences. "We're not so different," Pierre said, handing Hong a piece of bread from his ration pack. The moment was fleeting, but it brought a sense of normalcy to an otherwise harrowing existence. Meanwhile, Nguyen and Bao reflected on their own camaraderie. During a rare moment of calm, the two young fighters sat by a stream, their conversation light despite the weight of the war. Bao showed Nguyen the amulet he carried, a gift from his mother. "She said it would protect me," Bao said with a smile. Nguyen nodded, though he knew the jungle offered no guarantees. These connections, fragile yet profound, reminded them all of what was at stake. Whether fighting for survival, freedom, or duty, each person carried the hopes and fears of those they loved. It was these bonds that kept them moving forward, even as the war tore their world apart. The French forces, now deep within enemy territory, faced challenges beyond the Viet Minh's resistance. The jungle itself seemed to conspire against them. Supplies dwindled, and the soldiers fell victim to disease and exhaustion. Insects swarmed relentlessly, and the oppressive heat sapped their strength. Lieutenant Moreau called for a halt, allowing his men to rest and regroup. He assigned Pierre and a small team to scout ahead, searching for a viable path through the dense terrain. As they ventured deeper into the jungle, they discovered a series of hidden tunnels, evidence of the Viet Minh's ingenuity. The tunnels were a labyrinth, carved into the earth and concealed beneath the jungle floor. Pierre entered cautiously, his flashlight casting eerie shadows on the dirt walls. Inside, they found supplies, weapons, and signs of recent activity. It was clear the tunnels were a lifeline for the Viet Minh, allowing them to move undetected and launch surprise attacks. The discovery was reported to the French command, but exploiting it was easier said than done. The tunnels were booby-trapped, and the Viet Minh knew them intimately. For every tunnel the French uncovered, there were more hidden in the jungle's depths. It was a reminder that the Viet Minh were fighting not just with weapons, but with their knowledge of the land, a resource the French could never fully match. The French command, determined to disrupt Viet Minh operations, turned its focus to the rivers that crisscrossed the jungle. These waterways served as vital supply routes for the resistance, and cutting them off could cripple their efforts. Lieutenant Moreau was tasked with leading a flotilla of patrol boats deep into hostile territory, a mission fraught with danger. Pham, the fisherman, found himself once again coerced into guiding the French. As the boats glided silently through the murky waters, he navigated with precision, his face betraying none of the turmoil within. He knew the Viet Minh would not let this intrusion go unchallenged. Somewhere in the dense jungle, Colonel Hai had already set his trap. The ambush came at a narrow bend in the river. Hidden in the foliage, Viet Minh fighters unleashed a hail of gunfire and grenades, their attacks swift and coordinated. The French boats returned fire, their mounted machine guns tearing through the undergrowth. The river became a battlefield, the water churning with debris and blood. In the chaos, Pham steered the lead boat toward a small cove, his instincts guiding him to safety. "Hold the line," Moreau shouted, rallying his men as they pushed back against the assault. By the time the Viet Minh withdrew, the French had suffered heavy losses. The river, once a lifeline, had become a deadly gauntlet. In the aftermath of the ambush, the Viet Minh celebrated their victory. Though their resources were limited, their morale remained unbroken. Nguyen and Bao, exhilarated but weary, returned to their hidden camp, where they were greeted as heroes. Bao's amulet glinted in the firelight as he recounted the battle to his comrades. Colonel Hai, ever pragmatic, reminded his fighters of the long road ahead. "Every victory is a step forward," he said, addressing the group. "But the war is not won in a day. Stay vigilant." His words were met with nods of agreement, though the weariness in their eyes spoke of the toll the conflict had taken. Back at the French camp, the mood was somber. Corporal Pierre Dubois sat by the river, staring at the water as if searching for answers. Hong approached, his quiet presence offering comfort. "They know this land better than we ever will," Hong said, breaking the silence. Pierre nodded, his thoughts drifting to the futility of their mission. Despite the setbacks, the French command pressed on. They planned their next move with meticulous detail, determined to outmaneuver the elusive Viet Minh. But for every strategy they devised, the jungle seemed to counter with its own, an unyielding force that favored the defenders. A small village along Route 1 became the epicenter of the next clash. The French, suspecting the village of harboring Viet Minh fighters, moved in with force. Tanks rolled through narrow dirt paths, their tracks leaving deep scars in the earth. Soldiers swept through the area, searching homes and questioning residents. Mai watched from a hidden vantage point, her heart heavy with fear and anger. She knew the French presence would provoke a response from the Viet Minh, and the villagers would bear the brunt of the violence. Among them was a young boy, barely 10 years old, clutching a wooden toy as he clung to his mother's side. As night fell, the Viet Minh launched their attack. The village erupted in chaos as gunfire echoed through the narrow streets. French soldiers fought fiercely, their defensive positions holding against the onslaught. Mai, caught in the crossfire, guided the boy and his mother to safety, her movements quick and deliberate. When dawn broke, the village lay in ruins. The French had held their ground, but at a great cost. The Viet Minh had retreated, leaving behind a scene of devastation. For Mai and the villagers, it was a painful reminder of the war's indiscriminate cruelty. Their lives, once defined by simple routines, had become entangled in a conflict beyond their control. In the French headquarters, General Georges Leblanc pored over maps and reports, his mind weighed down by the realities of the war. Operation CAMARGUE, conceived as a decisive blow against the Viet Minh, was proving to be a slow and costly endeavor. The enemy's resilience and the unforgiving terrain had turned every advance into a grueling battle. Leblanc's thoughts often drifted to the men under his command. He knew the strain they were under, the fatigue, the fear, the constant loss of comrades. He also knew that back in France, the war was growing increasingly unpopular. Politicians debated its merits while families mourned their sons. In a rare moment of reflection, LeBlanc wrote a letter to his wife. "This land tests the soul," he began, his pen moving steadily across the page. "Every step forward feels like a step deeper into a labyrinth. Yet, I cannot falter, for to do so would betray the trust placed in me." For Colonel Hyde, the burden was no less heavy. In his own quiet moments, he thought of his family and the future he fought for. The sacrifices were immense, but he believed in the cause with unwavering conviction. "We fight for freedom," he told his men, his voice resolute. "For a land that belongs to us, not to them." Under the cover of darkness, Colonel Hyde ordered a strategic retreat. Regiment 95, though battered, had to move further into the jungle to avoid complete encirclement. The soldiers moved in silence, their footsteps muffled by the damp earth. They carried their wounded on makeshift stretchers, their resolve unshaken despite the odds. Nguyen and Bao walked at the rear of the column, their senses heightened. Bao clutched his rifle tightly, his amulet dangling from his neck. "Do you think we'll make it?" he whispered. Nguyen glanced at him, his expression unreadable. "We have no choice," he replied, his voice steady. The French, unaware of the retreat, fortified their positions, believing the Viet Minh were preparing for another attack. Lieutenant Moreau stood on a ridge overlooking the jungle, his binoculars scanning for movement. "They're out there," he murmured, his instincts telling him something was amiss. By dawn, the Viet Minh had vanished, leaving behind only the remnants of their camps. The French advanced cautiously, their path littered with abandoned supplies and booby traps. Though the retreat was a tactical victory for the Viet Minh, the strain on their forces was evident. Colonel Hai knew they would need time to regroup, but time was a luxury they did not have. The French forces pushed toward a key bridge along Route 1, a vital crossing point that connected the region's northern and southern sectors. Securing it was crucial for their campaign, but the Viet Minh were equally determined to hold it. The stage was set for one of the most intense battles of Operation Camargue. Lieutenant Moreau led the charge, his men advancing under heavy fire. Machine guns rattled from concealed positions, and mortars exploded around them. The bridge, shrouded in smoke, seemed an impossible goal. Yet, Moreau pressed on, his orders clear: the bridge must be taken at all costs. On the opposite side, Nguyen and Bao fought valiantly, their rifles trained on the advancing French. Bao's hands trembled as he reloaded, the weight of the battle pressing down on him. Nguyen barked orders, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Hold the line," he shouted, his determination inspiring those around him. After hours of relentless fighting, the French forces managed to secure the bridge, but their victory came at a steep price. Casualties were high, and the structure itself was heavily damaged. For the Viet Minh, the loss was a bitter blow, but Colonel Hai remained undeterred. "We may lose battles," he told his men, "but the war is far from over." The aftermath of the battle left the nearby village in ruins. Smoke rose from charred buildings, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Mai walked through the wreckage, her heart heavy as she helped the wounded and comforted the grieving. Among them was an elderly woman clutching a photo of her son, her tears silent but unending. Pham returned to the village, his face lined with exhaustion. He had been on the river during the battle, ferrying supplies for the Viet Minh. Now, he felt the weight of his dual existence, caught between aiding the resistance and protecting his family from French retribution. Lieutenant Moreau arrived with his platoon, offering medical supplies and assistance to the villagers. Though he was their occupier, he could not ignore their suffering. He approached Mai, who stood among a group of children. "We're here to help," he said softly, his tone sincere. Mai nodded, though her distrust remained. For the villagers, the war was an unrelenting force that tore through their lives without mercy. Their fields were trampled, their homes destroyed, and their loved ones taken. Yet, even in the face of such devastation, they found ways to endure, planting seeds in the ashes, rebuilding walls with trembling hands, and clinging to the hope of peace. Within the French ranks, discontent began to brew. The prolonged campaign, the relentless heat, and the constant threat of ambushes took a toll on morale. Soldiers whispered of their doubts, questioning the purpose of a war fought in a land so far from home. Corporal Pierre Dubois felt the weight of these conversations. He had seen too many comrades fall, their lives cut short by an enemy they barely understood. One evening, as he sat with Hong by the campfire, he voiced his frustrations. "Do you ever wonder if any of this is worth it?" he asked. Hong hesitated before answering. "For you, this is a duty," he said. "For us, it is our land, our freedom. But war spares no one. We all pay the price." His words lingered in Pierre's mind, a reminder of the complexities that defined the conflict. Among the officers, Lieutenant Moreau worked tirelessly to maintain order. He understood his men's frustrations but knew that discipline was crucial to their survival. "We cannot falter," he told them during a morning briefing. "We are soldiers, and we have a job to do." His words steadied some, but for others, the doubts remained. The story of Operation Atlante. In the early 1950s, the First Indochina War, already a harrowing chapter of colonial history, had reached a critical juncture with swelling tensions. French forces, weary yet resolute, embarked on a bold operation they called Atlante. Its mission was ambitious: pacify a region teeming with insurgents and reassert control over the sprawling, turbulent lands stretching from Da Nang to Nha Trang. At the heart of this tale lay a clash of ideologies. On one side stood the French Union, a vestige of colonial might, bolstered by modern artillery and amphibious landings. On the other, the Viet Minh, fueled by their leader Vo Nguyen Giap's strategic genius and a vision of independence. Between these forces lay the people of the land, farmers, laborers, and villagers, caught in the crossfire of history's relentless march. The operation began with great promise but would soon devolve into a grim struggle, marked by ambushes, shifting alliances, and the resilient spirit of the Vietnamese. Through it all, the story of Operation Atlante would be shaped not just by generals and soldiers but by the unseen lives it touched. This is the story of a war told through the lens of its people and the ripples of their choices, sacrifices, and resilience. The plan was set in motion on January 20, 1954, under the watchful eyes of General Henri Navarre. From the sprawling headquarters in Saigon, Navarre's aides pored over maps of marshy lagoons and coastal plains. The strategy was intricate, a three-stage offensive: Arathus, Axel, and Attila. At the core was a daring amphibious assault, designed to dislodge Viet Minh forces entrenched in the labyrinth of rural Vietnam. French infantry battalions, totaling 53, were to sweep through the region in carefully choreographed waves. Soldiers loaded supplies onto landing crafts while officers issued final orders, their voices steady yet edged with apprehension. The objective was twofold: to weaken Viet Minh forces and re-establish the sovereignty of the Bao Dai government. For many in the French ranks it was a task fraught with uncertainty; for the Viet Minh, it was yet another challenge to their unyielding resolve. Meanwhile, in a quiet village near Quang Ngai, Montillon prepared her small family for the coming storm. Rumors of troop movements had reached her ears, and though she sought solace in her faith, fear gripped her. Her brother, Minh, had joined the Viet Minh months ago, a decision that both terrified and inspired her. With each passing day, the lines between soldier, civilian, and casualty grew more blurred. On the morning of January 21st, the first French landing crafts cut through the surf, their engines churning the turquoise waters into white foam. Soldiers disembarked, rifles held high, as the sun rose over a landscape both breathtaking and unforgiving. They moved cautiously, the weight of history pressing heavily on their shoulders. In the distance, the faint echo of gunfire signaled that the Viet Minh were not far. The marshland stretched before the French troops like a vast green maze. Wading through the shallow, brackish waters, the soldiers moved cautiously. Every step was a gamble. The Viet Minh, hidden in the dense vegetation, had set traps and mined the narrow paths. For Captain Alain Moreau, a career officer leading the first wave, the weight of command grew heavier with each hesitant step his men took. Among the troops was Corporal Jean-Pierre Dubois, a farmer's son from Normandy. Jean-Pierre had joined the army seeking adventure but found himself facing fear in its rawest form. As the squad advanced, a sharp crack split the air, a sniper's bullet, followed by chaos. Soldiers dived for cover, rifles aimed into the dense foliage, eyes darting for signs of movement. The marshes became a theater of suspense, with unseen enemies lurking just out of sight. Not far away, Viet Minh Lieutenant Tran Quoc Phong observed the French advance through binoculars. A veteran of countless skirmishes, he ordered his men to hold their fire until the French were within the kill zone. Phong's orders were simple but deadly: draw the French in, strike swiftly, and vanish into the marshes before reinforcements could arrive. To him, this was more than a battle, it was a fight for the soul of his nation. The first encounter ended abruptly, with both sides retreating to regroup. The French had lost 3 men to sniper fire and mines, while the Viet Minh melted into the jungle, leaving only whispers of their presence. For the French, it was a sobering reminder that this was not a war of swift victories but a grueling campaign where every inch of land came at a cost. By the second week of Operation Atlante, the French had established a tenuous foothold along the coast. The phase, codenamed Aréthus, saw the amphibious landings continue with greater intensity. General Navarre's confidence grew as his forces pushed deeper inland, securing villages and supply routes. But the Viet Minh, ever resourceful, adapted quickly. In the village of Ben Qui, young Minh and his comrades prepared for their next ambush. Armed with homemade grenades, aging rifles, and an unshakable resolve, they turned the familiar terrain into a battlefield. Minh, barely 18, found himself leading a small group tasked with sabotaging French supply lines. The nights were long and perilous, filled with whispered plans and the constant threat of discovery. On February 3rd, the French convoy entered a narrow valley, its flanks hemmed in by steep hills. Minh's unit struck with ferocity, detonating charges that sent the lead vehicles tumbling into ravines. The ensuing firefight was brief but intense, leaving the French scrambling to regroup. Minh's heart raced as he watched his comrades retreat into the dense jungle, their mission accomplished. The French commanders, frustrated by the Viet Minh's elusive tactics, adjusted their strategies. They began employing more reconnaissance planes and launching counter-raids into suspected hideouts. But every step forward was met with resistance, every victory tempered by the knowledge that the Viet Minh were far from defeated. As the operation transitioned to its second phase, Axel, the stakes grew higher. French reinforcements arrived, bolstering the ranks with fresh troops and heavier artillery. The goal was to press deeper into the Viet Minh's territory, rooting out insurgents and consolidating gains. For Navarre, the operation's success was vital, not just strategically, but politically. In the highlands, however, Vong Nguyen Giap orchestrated a counteroffensive. His forces struck at isolated French outposts, stretching the invaders' supply lines to the breaking point. The attacks were swift and coordinated, forcing the French to divert resources away from their primary objectives. Among the Viet Minh, the mood was one of cautious optimism. Giap's strategies had begun to shift the balance of power, even as the French tightened their grip on certain regions. Meanwhile, in the bustling streets of Saigon, the war's impact was felt in subtler ways. Traders whispered of looming shortages, and families awaited news of loved ones on the front lines. For Tran My Lin, a schoolteacher whose husband fought with the Viet Minh, every day brought a mix of hope and dread. Her letters to him went unanswered, but she clung to the belief that their cause was just and their sacrifices meaningful. By late February, Axel had become a grueling stalemate. The French controlled key coastal areas, but their progress inland was slower than anticipated. Snipers, ambushes, and the unforgiving terrain took their toll. Navarre's optimism began to waver, even as his troops prepared for the final phase, Attila. The French offensive pushed cautiously into the highlands, the final leg of Axel. Here, the terrain shifted dramatically, with jagged mountains and dense forests replacing the marshy lowlands. For the French soldiers, it was an alien world, a landscape that seemed alive with danger. Ambushes became frequent, with Viet Minh forces using their intimate knowledge of the terrain to devastating effect. In a remote outpost near Dak Doa, Lieutenant Paul Lemoyne scanned the horizon through binoculars. His unit, tasked with securing the mountain passes, had faced relentless guerrilla attacks. Supplies were dwindling, and morale was strained. The men, exhausted and weary, spoke in hushed tones about the Viet Minh's uncanny ability to strike and disappear. Paul knew they were being watched, though he couldn't see by whom. In truth, Viet Minh scouts like Phong and his team observed every move the French made. High in the trees or concealed in the underbrush, they communicated silently with hand signals and whispered commands. To Phong, the French were intruders, their uniforms symbols of oppression. The longer he could delay their advance, the more time his comrades had to regroup and strike elsewhere. One night, the silence was broken by a sudden explosion. A supply truck, struck by a well-placed mine, went up in flames. The French scrambled to respond, but in the darkness, the Viet Minh's shadows melted into the trees. For Lieutenant Lemoyne's men, the incident reinforced a sobering truth: the highlands belonged to their enemies. By early March, General Navarre's plans for Attila, the final stage of Operation Atlante, were already unraveling. French casualties had mounted, and the Viet Minh's relentless attacks forced commanders to question whether their gains were sustainable. Navarre remained publicly confident, but in private, doubts gnawed at him. The situation was growing increasingly untenable. In the Viet Minh camp, Vong Nguyen Giap sensed the tide was turning. Reports from the field confirmed the French were stretched thin, their resources drained by the constant need to defend supply lines. Giap ordered a series of coordinated strikes on key French positions, aiming to exploit their vulnerabilities. For the Viet Minh, each victory, however small, was a step closer to independence. One such strike took place in the village of Ben Luong, where Minh and his unit launched a surprise attack on a French garrison. The fighting was fierce and chaotic, with gunfire echoing through the narrow streets. Minh's heart pounded as he led his comrades through the smoke-filled alleys, their movements swift and deliberate. When the French retreated, leaving behind weapons and supplies, Minh felt a surge of pride, and a renewed sense of purpose. For the French soldiers, the losses were demoralizing. Corporal Dubois, who had survived the skirmish, wrote a letter to his family that night. "The days blur together," he wrote. "We fight for ground we cannot hold, against an enemy we cannot see. I wonder if this war will ever end." March arrived with unrelenting rain, turning the already difficult terrain into a muddy quagmire. French forces, weary and demoralized, prepared for the final push of Operation Atlante. But Attila, envisioned as the decisive stage of the campaign, began to falter before it could truly begin. The Viet Minh's resistance was unyielding, their tactics honed to perfection. Navarre ordered his forces to concentrate their efforts on isolating and destroying Viet Minh strongholds. However, the insurgents proved elusive. In the highlands, where visibility was often reduced to mere meters, French patrols found themselves surrounded by an unseen enemy. Supplies ran low, and the rain showed no mercy, soaking uniforms and corroding equipment. In a quiet moment of reflection, Lieutenant Lemoyne sat by a campfire, staring into the flames. Around him, his men tried to find solace in small comforts, a cigarette, a shared joke, but the strain was evident. Lemoyne knew the operation was failing. He had seen too many of his comrades fall, their sacrifices yielding little tangible gain. On March 15, the French command officially aborted Attila. The decision marked the end of Operation Atlante, a campaign that had begun with grand ambitions but concluded with bitter disappointment. For Navarre, it was a strategic failure. For the soldiers on the ground, it was a lesson in the cost of war. Yet for the Viet Minh, it was a victory that strengthened their resolve and brought them one step closer to their ultimate goal. With the end of Operation Atlante, the scars of war were left upon the landscape and the people who inhabited it. Villages that had once thrived were now deserted or in ruins, their inhabitants scattered. The Viet Minh, emboldened by their success, returned to these areas as heroes, but the cost of their victory was undeniable. In Ben Qui, Minh's return was met with cautious celebration. Villagers brought what little food they could spare, offering thanks to the young fighters who had risked their lives. Minh, once a quiet farmer's son, was now a seasoned soldier. But as he looked around at the hollowed eyes of his neighbors and the charred remains of homes, he felt the weight of the sacrifices they had made. "We are free today," an elder told him, "but freedom is not without its price." Meanwhile, in Saigon, the French administration struggled to control the narrative of the failed operation. Newspapers spoke of bravery and partial victories, glossing over the strategic setbacks. For the French soldiers who had survived Atlante, the homeward journey was bittersweet. Corporal Jean-Pierre Dubois, his uniform patched and his eyes weary, boarded a transport ship back to France. In his pocket, he carried a small jade figurine, a gift from a villager he had helped during the campaign, a quiet reminder of the humanity amid the horrors of war. The Viet Minh used the failure of Operation Atlante as a rallying cry. Their leader, Bong Nguyen Giap, addressed his troops, emphasizing the importance of their perseverance. "This victory is not the end," he declared. "It is the beginning of a new chapter. We have shown that we can stand against them. Now we must continue until we stand alone." In Hanoi, Bong Nguyen Giap convened his senior commanders to analyze the lessons of Atlante. The operation, though costly, had revealed critical weaknesses in the French strategy. Their reliance on large-scale maneuvers and heavy artillery had failed against the Viet Minh's decentralized and adaptive tactics. For Giap, this reaffirmed the effectiveness of guerrilla warfare and the importance of grassroots support. One of his closest advisors, Colonel Nguyen Chan, spoke passionately about the role of the local population. "The people are our shield," he said. Without their sacrifices, we could not have achieved this victory. We must honor them by continuing this fight until every corner of our land is free. At the same time, in Paris, General Navarre faced intense scrutiny. Politicians and military leaders questioned the wisdom of allocating resources to Atlante while the critical battle at Dien Bien Phu loomed. Navarre defended his decisions, arguing that the goals of pacification and support for the Bao Dai government were essential. But the criticisms lingered, casting a shadow over his leadership. For Navarre, the failure of Operation Atlante was more than a strategic setback, it was a personal blow. In his memoirs, he would write, "War is a storm that leaves no one unscathed. For every decision, there are 1,000 consequences, and each one weighs heavily on the soul." As the months passed, the echoes of Operation Atlante faded into the broader narrative of the First Indochina War. In the rural provinces of Vietnam, life returned to a semblance of normalcy, but the tension remained palpable. Villagers rebuilt their homes with the knowledge that the war was far from over. Nguyen Thi Lan, Min's sister, continued to work in the fields, her hands roughened by labor and her heart heavy with worry for her brother. She had seen the faces of war, the fear, the loss, the fleeting moments of hope. Each day, she prayed for peace, though she knew it was a distant dream. In Saigon, the Bao Dai government attempted to reassert its authority, but its legitimacy was increasingly questioned. The Viet Minh's growing influence was evident, not just in the countryside but in the hearts of the people. Propaganda leaflets circulated in markets and villages, calling for unity against colonial rule. The words resonated deeply, reflecting the unspoken desires of a nation yearning for freedom. For the soldiers who had fought on both sides, the war left indelible marks. Some carried physical wounds, others emotional scars. But for all of them, the memory of Atlante would remain, a chapter in a conflict that defined their generation and reshaped the destiny of a nation. For the French troops returning home, the journey back to France was fraught with a mixture of relief and disillusionment. The weeks aboard the transport ships were filled with long silences, broken occasionally by murmured conversations. Corporal Jean-Pierre Dubois sat on the deck one evening, gazing out at the endless expanse of water. In his hands was a letter he had written but never sent, a confession of his growing doubt about the war and its purpose. Back in France, the reception was subdued. Families greeted their returning soldiers with warmth but also with questions. Jean-Pierre's mother wept as she embraced him, though she quickly noticed the hollowness in his eyes. The local community, once brimming with patriotic fervor, now seemed indifferent to the distant conflict. The failures of Atlante, and the broader struggles in Indochina, had sown seeds of skepticism. For the officers, the scrutiny was sharper. Lieutenant Paul Lemoyne, nursing a leg injury from a shrapnel wound, faced inquiries from his superiors about the operation's conduct. Despite his best efforts to defend his men's bravery, he could not escape the lingering sense of failure. "We fought for every inch of ground," he said during one debriefing. "But we were fighting shadows in a land we didn't understand." In the months following Operation Atlante, the Viet Minh capitalized on their success. Across the highlands and coastal regions, their propaganda campaigns intensified, portraying the operation's failure as a symbol of colonial oppression's inevitable decline. Villagers who had once been cautious about supporting the Viet Minh now openly aided their efforts, providing food, shelter, and crucial intelligence. Min's unit, once a small band of poorly equipped fighters, now received steady reinforcements. Among the new recruits were men and women inspired by stories of the French retreat. Min, though still young, had become a figure of quiet authority. His comrades respected his bravery and his understanding of their shared struggle. Yet, the weight of leadership wore on him, as he grappled with the knowledge that every skirmish carried the risk of losing someone he cared about. For Von Guinjiat, the failure of Atlante was more than a victory, it was a blueprint for future success. Meeting with his commanders in a remote hideout, he emphasized the importance of unity and discipline. "We have shown them that their power is not absolute," he said. "But the fight is not over. We must prepare for greater battles ahead." As the First Indochina War raged on, the political landscape shifted. In Paris, debates about the conflict's future grew more heated. The failures of operations like Atlante, combined with the escalating costs of the war, led many to question the viability of maintaining French control in Indochina. Public opinion was divided, with growing voices calling for a negotiated settlement. In Saigon, the Bao Dai government faced its own challenges. Corruption and inefficiency plagued its administration, further eroding its support among the Vietnamese population. For Tran My Lin, the schoolteacher whose husband fought with the Viet Minh, these issues underscored the stark contrast between the government's rhetoric and the reality on the ground. "They speak of sovereignty," she told a friend, "but whose sovereignty is it when our villages burn, and our people starve?" The Viet Minh, aware of the growing cracks in their opponents' resolve, intensified their diplomatic efforts. Through underground channels, they sought to sway international opinion, presenting their struggle as part of the global fight against colonialism. Their message resonated, particularly in newly independent nations, which saw parallels with their own histories. As 1954 wore on, the focus of the war shifted to the northern stronghold of Dien Bien Phu. The French High Command, desperate to reverse their fortunes, concentrated their efforts on this critical battle. Operation Atlante, once heralded as a decisive campaign, became a distant memory, overshadowed by the stakes in Dien Bien Phu. For soldiers like Jean-Pierre Dubois, now discharged and adjusting to civilian life, the war's continuation was a bitter reminder of unresolved wounds. He followed news of the battle with a mixture of dread and resignation, knowing that his comrades were still fighting in a conflict that seemed endless. In the Viet Minh ranks, the mood was one of determination. Von Guinjiat viewed Dien Bien Phu as an opportunity to deliver a decisive blow. "This is not just a battle," he told his troops. "It is a statement to the world that we will not be subjugated." Minh, now stationed near the front lines, prepared himself for the trials ahead, knowing that the outcome of this battle could shape his nation's future. The dense jungles and mist-covered mountains of northern Vietnam loomed large as French forces made their way toward Dien Bien Phu. The region, chosen for its strategic value, was expected to serve as a fortress from which the French could disrupt Viet Minh supply lines and establish dominance in the north. Supplies were flown in, artillery entrenched, and strongholds fortified. The French believed they had created an impenetrable base. Among the French soldiers was Captain Louis Bertrand, a man seasoned by years of service in Indochina. Bertrand had seen the toll the war took on both soldiers and civilians, but his loyalty to his command and his country kept him resolute. As he oversaw the construction of fortifications, he couldn't shake a feeling of unease. "This valley is a trap," he confided to a fellow officer. "And we're the ones who walked into it." Meanwhile, Von Guinjiat and his commanders finalized their strategy. Giap had studied the French defenses closely, aware that the base's isolation was both its strength and its vulnerability. The Viet Minh began the monumental task of transporting artillery through the treacherous terrain, using sheer manpower and determination to position their weapons on the surrounding hills. For Minh, the journey to Dien Bien Phu was grueling but invigorating. His unit carried supplies and ammunition, often moving under the cover of darkness to avoid detection. The camaraderie among the soldiers kept their spirits high, but the weight of what lay ahead was ever present. "We are the storm," Min thought to himself one night, staring at the moonlit horizon. "And we will break them." By late March 1954, Dien Bien Phu was surrounded. The French garrison, numbering nearly 16,000, found themselves under siege by a Viet Minh force nearly twice their size. The first shelling began on March 13, a thunderous barrage that shattered the French defenses and their confidence. Within hours, entire sections of the base were in disarray, and casualty numbers began to rise. Captain Bertrand worked tirelessly to organize his men, rallying them to hold their positions. The shelling was relentless, and the once organized base became a chaotic maze of craters and wreckage. Supplies dwindled as Viet Minh forces tightened their grip, cutting off French access to reinforcements and resupply. In the Viet Minh encampments, the mood was one of determination. Giap's strategy of attrition was working, and his troops were emboldened by their successes. Min's unit was tasked with maintaining supply lines for the artillery, a vital but perilous duty. As Min hauled crates of ammunition up steep slopes, he thought of his sister, Lan, and the quiet village they had left behind. "This is for all of us," he whispered, his voice lost in the roar of distant explosions. The French, aware of their dire situation, attempted counterattacks, but the Viet Minh held firm. Each day brought new losses, and each night the encirclement tightened. For the soldiers in Dien Bien Phu, hope began to fade. While the battle raged in Dien Bien Phu, the effects of the war rippled across Vietnam. In Saigon, Tran My Linh watched as more families received news of loved ones lost. The city buzzed with whispers of the impending French defeat. Linh, whose husband fought with the Viet Minh, wrote to him whenever she could, though she often doubted whether her letters reached him. "Each word I write feels like a prayer," she confided to a friend. "I just want him to know that I believe in him." The war's toll on civilians was immense. Villages became battlegrounds, crops were destroyed, and families were displaced. Lan, Min's sister, worked tirelessly to rebuild her community, offering food and shelter to those in need. Though she worried constantly for her brother, she found solace in the resilience of her neighbors. "We may not fight with guns," she told a young girl one evening, "but we are fighting in our own way." In Paris, the government faced mounting pressure to find a solution to the conflict. The growing costs, both in lives and resources, made the war increasingly unpopular. Debates raged in the National Assembly, with some calling for continued military efforts and others advocating for negotiations. The shadow of Dien Bien Phu loomed large, a symbol of the war's unsustainable trajectory. As April turned to May, the battle for Dien Bien Phu reached its climax. The French defenders, outnumbered and outgunned, fought valiantly but were overwhelmed by the sheer determination of the Viet Minh. Trenches closed in on the main strongholds, and each day brought fresh assaults. For Captain Bertrand, the situation was clear: they were fighting a losing battle. "We hold because we must," he told his men, though he knew their position was untenable. Min's unit was part of the final offensive, tasked with breaching the French defenses at a key point. The attack was planned for the cover of night, with strict orders to minimize casualties among their own. As Min crawled through the mud, his heart pounded with a mixture of fear and resolve. The thought of his family, of Lan waiting in the village, gave him strength. On May 7, the French garrison surrendered. The once mighty fortress of Dien Bien Phu was now a scene of devastation. For the Viet Minh, it was a moment of triumph, but the cost had been immense. Min stood among the ruins, the weight of their victory heavy on his shoulders. "This is not the end," he thought. "But it is a beginning." The story of Operation BRETAGNE. The First Indochina War, a brutal and relentless struggle between the French Union forces and the Viet Minh, had raged for years, leaving scars on the land and its people. In December 1952, the once quiet Vietnam's Red River stood poised for battle. Operation BRETAGNE, one of the many offensives launched by the French, aimed to stifle the Viet Minh's growing strength in Nam Dinh province. Yet, behind the clash of armies lay untold stories of sacrifice, defiance, and survival. Soldiers and villagers alike were swept into the maelstrom, their lives irrevocably intertwined with the tides of history. This is not just the story of a battle. It is the story of how war reshapes destinies, of how fleeting moments of courage and despair linger in the shadows of grand strategies. It is a journey into a fractured land where fields and rivers became front lines, and where hope clung to life like the stubborn vines in the jungle. The December air carried a biting chill as General de Brochet surveyed the map spread across his table in the command tent. His orders were clear, which was to halt the Viet Minh's march toward the strategic bishopric of Bui Chu. The Catholic diocese had become a beacon of resistance, its towering spires visible from miles away. If the Viet Minh overran it, they would gain a crucial foothold, both militarily and symbolically. The stakes were high, and the clock was ticking. Farther south, Colonel de Montclair prepared his troops for the operation. Among them was Private Henri Delacroix, a young soldier barely old enough to shave. Henri had left his small village in Provence to serve in what was described as the French Republic's noble cause. Now, as he loaded his rifle, the reality of war weighed heavy on his shoulders. He exchanged nervous glances with his comrades, their faces pale under the flickering torchlight. None of them knew what awaited them in the dense jungles ahead. Meanwhile, in a small village outside Nam Dinh, Nguyen Hue, a farmer turned Viet Minh scout, whispered reassurances to his wife and son. His orders were to gather intelligence on French troop movements. For Nguyen, this was not just a war, it was a fight for independence, for the right to till his fields without foreign interference. He kissed his family goodbye, promising to return, though deep down, he knew the odds were slim. As dawn broke over the horizon, the French mobile units began their advance, accompanied by the rumble of amphibian vehicles. The Viet Minh, entrenched in hidden positions, waited silently, their weapons ready. The operation had begun, and with it, a chapter of untold heroism and heartbreak. The first clash came swiftly. As the French convoy maneuvered through the mangroves, shots rang out from unseen positions. Viet Minh fighters, camouflaged in the thick undergrowth, unleashed a hail of gunfire. The crack of rifles and the thud of grenades shattered the morning calm. Henri dove for cover as his comrades returned fire, their movements chaotic yet determined. The jungle seemed alive, its shadows shifting with every burst of gunfire. Nguyen watched from a concealed perch as his comrades executed the ambush. The French forces were well armed but unprepared for the Viet Minh's guerrilla tactics. Nguyen's heart pounded as he relayed coordinates to his unit leader. This was their land, their fight, and every tree, river, and trail was an ally. Despite the ambush, the French regrouped quickly. General de Brochet had anticipated resistance and ordered reinforcements. The skies buzzed with the sound of fighter planes, their strafing runs forcing the Viet Minh to retreat deeper into the jungle. By nightfall, the mangroves were eerily quiet, save for the moans of the wounded. Henri sat beside a fallen comrade, his trembling hands stained with blood. He thought of his mother back in Provence, wondering if he would ever see her again. As the stars emerged, Nguyen returned to his village to deliver his report. His wife embraced him, relief etched on her face. Yet, Even in the safety of home, Nguyen could not shake the images of the day, the French soldiers' determined faces, the cries of his wounded comrades. The war was far from over, and both sides knew it. The Red River, which once symbolized life and sustenance for the villages south of its banks, had become a silent witness to war. The French troops, regrouping after the ambush, made their way toward the strategic bishopric of MOUETTE. The river was both a barrier and a guide, its winding waters reflecting the flickering torches of the advancing columns. General de Brochet rode in an amphibian vehicle, scanning the dense jungles that pressed against the narrow dirt roads. The Viet Minh had melted away into the shadows, but everyone knew they were still there, waiting. Henri Delacroix felt the weight of exhaustion in his limbs. His unit marched with rifles at the ready, each step laden with the paranoia of an imminent attack. The jungle seemed alive with the whispers of unseen foes. To ease the tension, Henry's comrade, Sergeant Luc Moreau, began humming a tune from their homeland. The melody, soft and bittersweet, floated through the humid air, momentarily lifting the men's spirits. But the respite was short-lived, as a distant explosion reminded them of the dangers ahead. Meanwhile, deep within the Viet Minh's hidden camps, Vo Nguyen Giap, their brilliant and resolute leader, pored over a map. His forces had taken heavy losses in previous clashes, but their resolve was unbroken. He knew the French had superior weaponry, but his men had the advantage of terrain and an unyielding cause. They are not invincible, he reminded his commanders. We fight for freedom. They fight to hold on to what is no longer theirs. As the French troops pushed forward, Nguyen Hue and his unit shadowed them, blending into the local populace during the day and reuniting under the cover of darkness. Nguyen had seen his share of battles, but the sight of civilian casualties in the nearby villages hardened his resolve. This war was not just about military tactics, it was a battle for the soul of his homeland. By mid-December, the French forces reached the outskirts of MOUETTE, its towering cathedral visible even through the thick haze of smoke from nearby skirmishes. The bishopric, a bastion of French Catholic influence, stood as a symbol of colonial power. Yet, it was more than a military target, it was a sanctuary for hundreds of refugees who had fled the fighting. Inside its stone walls, prayers for peace mingled with the sobs of children and the whispered fears of the displaced. General de Brochet ordered his troops to fortify their positions around the bishopric. To the French, MOUETTE was not just a religious stronghold but also a morale booster. Losing it would shatter the already fragile confidence of their forces. Henri found himself stationed in a makeshift trench, staring at the cathedral's stained glass windows. They depicted scenes of faith and salvation, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. For the Viet Minh, the bishopric was a challenge. Vo Nguyen Giap's strategy did not involve direct assaults on heavily fortified positions but rather a war of attrition. However, the symbolic value of MOUETTE made it a tempting prize. Nguyen Hue and his unit were tasked with cutting off supply lines to the French forces, isolating them in their defensive positions. Every night, Nguyen crept through the jungle, setting traps and relaying intelligence. As Christmas approached, the tension around MOUETTE reached a boiling point. Both sides braced for a showdown, knowing that the outcome would echo far beyond the battlefield. Within the cathedral, the priest led a midnight mass, his voice trembling as he prayed for a miracle. Outside, the French soldiers huddled together, clutching their rifles as the jungle around them grew unnervingly quiet. On the morning of December 20th, the Viet Minh launched their first coordinated attack on the French positions surrounding MOUETTE. The assault began with mortar fire, the explosions tearing through the makeshift defenses. Henri was jolted awake by the deafening blasts, his heart pounding as he grabbed his rifle. Around him, chaos erupted as soldiers scrambled to repel the attackers. The Viet Minh fighters, moving under the cover of dense foliage, struck with precision. When Hugh's unit targeted an ammunition depot, their grenades igniting a fiery explosion that lit up the morning sky. Yet, the French forces held their ground, their superior firepower forcing the Viet Minh to retreat. Inside the bishopric, panic spread among the refugees. Mothers shielded their children as the walls shook with each explosion. The priest, a steadfast figure despite his fear, organized a makeshift infirmary to treat the wounded. "We must hold on," he told the terrified crowd. "God is with us." By nightfall, the battlefield fell silent once more. The French counted their losses, dozens of men injured or killed. Henri sat in the trench, his ears still ringing from the bombardment. Across the jungle, when Hugh regrouped with his comrades. The attack had been costly, but it had sent a clear message: the Viet Minh would not relent. As the days dragged on, the jungles around Bui Chu became a maze of uncertainty. The Viet Minh, unwilling to engage the French head-on, relied on hit-and-run tactics that kept the enemy perpetually on edge. When Hugh and his comrades moved like shadows, their familiarity with the land giving them an edge. At night, they attacked supply convoys, cut communication lines, and planted mines on the narrow roads the French patrolled. Henri Delacroix's nerves frayed with each passing day. Every sound, a snapping twig, the rustling of leaves, seemed to herald an ambush. In one tense encounter, his unit stumbled upon a hidden minefield. A young soldier, barely out of training, set off a device, the explosion ripping through the silence. Henri and the others froze, their hearts pounding, as they carefully retreated from the death trap. For Nguyen, the fight was personal. Each successful strike against the French filled him with a mixture of pride and sorrow. He thought of his family, his wife and son waiting anxiously for his return. But he also thought of his comrades who had fallen, their lives cut short by a war they never asked for but could not escape. The French, though better armed, found themselves in a war of attrition. General de Brochet grew increasingly frustrated with his inability to pin down the Viet Minh. "They vanish like ghosts," he muttered to Colonel de Montfort during a briefing. "But we will not be outwitted. We must adapt." By the end of December, the French command implemented a new strategy. Reinforcements arrived in the form of 2 amphibian subgroups equipped with vehicles designed to navigate the region's rivers and marshlands. General de Brochet hoped to outflank the Viet Minh, using mobility to counter their guerrilla tactics. The amphibian units, sleek and imposing, were a rare sight in the war-torn jungles. Henri watched in awe as the vehicles moved through the waters like mechanical beasts. For a moment, he felt a surge of confidence. Perhaps this new strategy would finally give them the upper hand. However, the Viet Minh were not easily caught off guard. Nguyen and his unit observed the French movements from hidden vantage points. Von Nguyen Giap's orders were clear: adapt and endure. The Viet Minh began targeting the amphibian units with ambushes in narrow waterways, using explosive traps and sniper fire. The French advances slowed, their confidence shaken by the persistent resistance. Henry's unit was part of one such convoy when they came under heavy fire in a narrow river passage. The amphibian vehicles became vulnerable targets, their size making them difficult to maneuver. Henri fired back desperately, his rifle shaking in his hands. The sound of gunfire and the shouts of his comrades filled the air, a cacophony of chaos and fear. By New Year's Eve, the French forces had made incremental progress but at a steep cost. The jungles and rivers south of the Red River were littered with the debris of war, abandoned vehicles, shattered weapons, and the bodies of the fallen. Both sides felt the strain of the prolonged conflict, their resources stretched thin. In the Viet Minh camp, Nguyen Hue celebrated the new year quietly with his comrades. There was no feast, no music, just the shared camaraderie of those bound by a common cause. Nguyen thought of his family, the fireworks they might have lit in better times. But in the midst of war, such joys felt like a distant memory. At the French camp, the mood was somber. General de Brochet gave a brief speech, urging his troops to persevere. Henri listened, his thoughts drifting to home. He wondered if his family was celebrating without him, if they even knew whether he was alive. The war had taken its toll on him, and the faces of his fallen comrades haunted his dreams. As the clock struck midnight, the jungle was silent, save for the occasional distant gunshot. Both sides knew the fight would resume with the dawn. For now, they rested, their minds heavy with the knowledge that the new year would bring more bloodshed. The final days of Operation Bretagne were marked by a fierce contest for control of Nam Dinh province. The Viet Minh had splintered into smaller units, their movements erratic and unpredictable. The French, determined to secure a decisive victory, launched a full-scale assault on suspected Viet Minh strongholds. Nguyen Hue's unit was among those targeted in the operation. Pinned down by artillery fire, Nguyen and his comrades fought valiantly to hold their ground. The jungle became a battlefield of smoke and fire, its once serene landscape transformed into a scene of devastation. Henri found himself in the thick of the fighting, his rifle hot from repeated firing. Around him, men shouted orders, their voices barely audible over the roar of artillery. Henry's heart raced as he took cover behind a fallen tree, praying he would survive the day. By January 4, 1953, the French declared victory, their forces securing Nam Dinh province. But the victory was bittersweet. The casualties were heavy, and the Viet Minh, though defeated in this operation, had not been crushed. They would return, stronger and more determined than ever. The aftermath of Operation Bretagne left the land and its people scarred. The French forces had pushed the Viet Minh southward, securing temporary control of Nam Dinh province, but the cost was staggering. Villages lay in ruins, their once bustling streets now eerily silent. The Red River, which had served as both a lifeline and a battlefield, carried the debris of war downstream, a grim reminder of the chaos that had unfolded. Henri Delacroix wandered through one such village, his boots crunching over shattered pottery and splintered wood. The faces of the villagers he encountered were hollow, their eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and exhaustion. Henri handed a piece of bread to a young boy clinging to his mother's skirt. The boy's hesitant smile reminded Henri of his younger brother back home, and for a fleeting moment, he felt a pang of humanity amid the destruction. Nguyen Hue returned to his own village under the cover of darkness. The sight that greeted him was heartbreaking: charred homes, abandoned fields, and a silence that seemed louder than any battle. He found his wife and son huddled in the remnants of their home. They embraced him tightly, their relief palpable. Yet, Nguyen could not ignore the weight of his comrades' sacrifices, nor the knowledge that the fight was far from over. For General de Brochet, the victory felt hollow. His forces had achieved their objective, but the Viet Minh's ability to regroup and adapt was a constant thorn in his side. As he reviewed casualty reports in his command tent, he wondered if the war could ever truly be won. Victory today, but for how long, he muttered, the question lingering in the air like the smoke that still rose from the jungle. In the weeks following the operation, Bui Chu became a haven for those displaced by the fighting. The cathedral, which had withstood the Viet Minh's attacks, now sheltered hundreds of refugees. Inside its stone walls, the priest led prayers for peace, his voice weary but steadfast. The stained glass windows, which had miraculously survived the bombardment, cast colorful patterns on the faces of the huddled masses. Henri Delacroix volunteered to assist the refugees during his unit's downtime. He carried sacks of rice and jugs of water, his interactions with the villagers softening the hardened edges of his war-weary soul. One afternoon, he met an elderly woman who clasped his hand tightly and murmured, "Thank you, young man." Her words, though simple, brought tears to Henry's eyes. When Hugh, too, found himself among the displaced. He visited Bui Chu to gather supplies for his family, blending in with the refugees to avoid detection by French patrols. As he moved through the crowded cathedral, he overheard whispers of hope and despair, of families torn apart and dreams shattered. Yet, Nguyen also saw resilience in their eyes, a quiet determination to survive, no matter the cost. The priest, a calming presence amid the chaos, became a symbol of unity for the refugees. He spoke to both sides of the conflict, urging them to remember their shared humanity. "This land belongs to all of us," he said during a sermon. "We must find a way to live together, or we will destroy ourselves." As January unfolded, the French soldiers stationed in Nam Dinh province began to feel the weight of their experiences. For many, the victory of Operation Bretagne was overshadowed by the loss of comrades and the haunting memories of battle. Henri Delacroix, once eager to serve his country, now questioned the purpose of the war. He often sat by the river, staring at the water as it carried away fragments of the past. Sergeant Luc Moreau, Henry's closest friend, tried to lift his spirits. "We're still alive, Henri," he said one evening as they shared a cigarette. "That counts for something." But even Luc's optimism was wearing thin. The strain of constant vigilance and the knowledge that the Viet Minh were regrouping left little room for solace. For Nguyen Hue, the burden was equally heavy. He spent his days repairing his home and tending to his fields, but his nights were filled with the memories of fallen comrades and the cries of those caught in the crossfire. His wife often found him staring into the distance, his face etched with sorrow. "We will rebuild," she whispered, placing a hand on his shoulder. "For our son, for the future." The war's toll was not limited to the soldiers and villagers. Even General de Brochet felt the strain. He wrote to his wife back in France, describing the operation in clinical terms while omitting the horrors he had witnessed. "We are making progress," he wrote, though his heart told him otherwise. Though Operation Bretagne had temporarily shifted the balance of power, the Viet Minh's resolve remained unbroken. Von Nguyen Giat, a master strategist, began planning the next phase of resistance. He knew the French forces were stretched thin, their morale wavering. "We will strike where they least expect it," he told his commanders during a clandestine meeting in the jungle. Nguyen Hue, now more determined than ever, volunteered for a new mission, to sabotage a French supply depot. The operation was dangerous, but Nguyen believed in its importance. He kissed his wife goodbye, promising to return. As he joined his comrades under the cover of darkness, he felt a renewed sense of purpose. In the French camp, Henri and his unit prepared for another patrol. The fear of ambushes loomed over them like a shadow, but they carried on, driven by duty and a faint hope that the war might someday end. Henri carried a photograph of his family in his pocket, a small reminder of the life he hoped to return to. As both sides prepared for the battles ahead, the seeds of resistance continued to grow. The land, scarred and weary, bore silent witness to the determination of its people. The war was far from over, and its echoes would continue to shape the lives of all who walked its blood-stained soil. The Viet Minh regrouped deep within the thick jungles, their movements hidden under the dense canopy. When Hugh and his comrades made camp in a secluded area, surrounded by towering trees that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky. The jungle was both a refuge and a challenge. Its beauty masked the dangers of venomous creatures, suffocating humidity, and the ever-present risk of discovery. Vong Nguyen Giap sent orders for small-scale attacks to harass the French forces, weaken their resolve, and stretch their resources further. Nguyen's unit was tasked with ambushing a French convoy transporting weapons and supplies to the newly fortified positions near Nam Dinh. The plan was simple yet dangerous: hit quickly and disappear before reinforcements could arrive. As the convoy moved cautiously along a narrow dirt road, Henri Delacroix sat in the back of a truck, gripping his rifle tightly. The soldiers were on edge, their eyes scanning the jungle for any sign of movement. The silence was deafening, broken only by the hum of the truck engines. The ambush came suddenly, with a deafening explosion that threw the lead vehicle into the air. Nguyen and his unit emerged from the undergrowth, their weapons blazing. Chaos erupted as the French soldiers scrambled for cover, returning fire. Henry's heart pounded as he fired into the jungle, unsure if he was hitting anything. In the confusion, Nguyen spotted a young French soldier lying injured on the ground. For a moment, their eyes met. But Nguyen couldn't linger, his comrades were retreating, and he had to follow. After the ambush, the jungle seemed to swallow the Viet Minh fighters whole. Nguyen Hu's unit had inflicted significant damage, but the sight of the injured French soldier haunted him. Though he fought for his homeland, Nguyen couldn't shake the image of the soldier's frightened face. War blurred the lines between enemies and humanity, leaving scars not just on the body but on the soul. Henri Delacroix, still shaken from the attack, couldn't forget the face of one of the Viet Minh fighters he had glimpsed through the smoke. It wasn't anger or hatred that lingered in Henry's mind, but a haunting curiosity about the man who had almost killed him. Henri wondered if his enemy had a family, dreams, or fears like his own. In the French camp, morale was faltering. General de Berchon knew his men were exhausted, their spirits worn down by the relentless ambushes and the unforgiving terrain. He gathered his officers for a meeting, emphasizing the importance of maintaining discipline and focus. "We cannot afford to falter," he said firmly. "The moment we show weakness, they will exploit it." Nguyen, meanwhile, found himself questioning the toll of the war. He sat by the fire with his comrades, their laughter hollow as they recounted the day's events. His wife's words echoed in his mind, "For our son, for the future." But what kind of future awaited them if the war continued to claim so many lives? Determined to regain control of the region, the French launched a series of counterattacks aimed at disrupting the Viet Minh's operations. Amphibian units patrolled the rivers while ground forces combed the jungles, searching for hidden camps and supply lines. The air buzzed with the sound of reconnaissance planes, their shadows gliding over the treetops. Henry's unit was part of a mission to locate and destroy a Viet Minh supply depot. As they navigated the dense jungle, every step felt like a gamble. The tension was palpable, the soldiers moving in near silence to avoid detection. The jungle seemed alive, its sounds amplified by their fear. When Hugh's camp received word of the French operation and prepared for an evacuation. Supplies were hastily packed, and booby traps were left behind to slow the enemy's advance. Nguyen helped his comrades load crates onto makeshift rafts, their movements hurried but methodical. He knew the French were closing in, and time was running out. The two sides finally clashed near a narrow river crossing. Gunfire echoed through the jungle as the French forces pressed forward. Henri, crouched behind a fallen log, fired at the shadows ahead, his hands trembling. Across the river, one returned fire, his heart pounding with adrenaline. The battle was fierce and chaotic, with neither side willing to yield. As the sun set over the jungle, the French forces managed to capture the river crossing, but their victory came at a heavy cost. The Viet Minh had successfully evacuated most of their supplies, leaving behind only a few abandoned crates and a trail of destruction. The French soldiers, though triumphant, were too exhausted to celebrate. Henri Delacroix sat by the riverbank, his rifle resting across his knees. Around him, medics tended to the wounded, their hurried movements a grim reminder of the price of war. Henri stared at the water, its surface reflecting the fiery hues of the setting sun. He felt no triumph, only a hollow ache that grew with each passing day. For Nguyen Hue, the retreat was bittersweet. His unit had escaped, but the losses weighed heavily on him. He thought of his comrades who had fallen, their sacrifice a stark reminder of the war's brutal cost. As he sat by the fire that night, Nguyen found himself staring at the stars, wondering if they looked the same over his family's village. General de Brochet reviewed the operation's results with a furrowed brow. Though his forces had achieved a tactical victory, he knew it was far from decisive. The Viet Minh had proven their resilience once again, and the jungles remained a stronghold for their resistance. As both sides licked their wounds, the jungle fell into an uneasy silence. The war continued, its outcome uncertain, its toll immeasurable. The jungle had grown quiet in the wake of the recent clashes, but it was not the calm of peace. It was the uneasy silence of a battlefield waiting to erupt again. The French forces had tightened their grip on Nam Dinh province, fortifying their positions and preparing for the next wave of Viet Minh attacks. Yet, the soldiers knew that the jungle hid more than just shadows. Henri Delacroix stood watch on a misty morning, his rifle slung over his shoulder. The damp air clung to his skin, and the dense fog obscured the trees ahead. He felt a growing sense of isolation, the stillness amplifying his thoughts. He remembered his family in Provence, his mother tending the garden, his father working in the vineyards. Those memories felt like another lifetime. Across the jungle, Nguyen Hue sat with his comrades, their camp nestled deep within the trees. The recent retreat had taken its toll, and the fighters were wearied. Yet, Nguyen saw resolve in their eyes, a quiet determination that kept them moving forward. He thought of his wife and son, wondering if they were safe, wondering if they had enough to eat. His heart ached, but his mind remained sharp. He had to survive, for them. As night fell, the jungle seemed to awaken. The distant calls of birds mixed with the rustle of leaves, and the occasional crack of a branch sent shivers down Henry's spine. The silence of the day was deceptive, both sides were waiting, watching, preparing for the inevitable. The roads south of the Red River were treacherous for both the French and the Viet Minh. Supply lines were lifelines, and both sides knew their importance. The French relied on convoys to bring in food, ammunition, and reinforcements, but the Viet Minh were experts at disrupting them. Nguyen Hue's unit received orders to ambush a convoy carrying medical supplies to the French garrison in Nam Dinh. The operation was crucial, crippling the enemy's ability to care for their wounded would weaken their resolve. Nguyen and his comrades prepared traps along a narrow stretch of road, using the terrain to their advantage. Henry's unit was tasked with escorting the convoy. The soldiers moved cautiously, their eyes scanning the dense jungle that flanked the road. The weight of their task pressed heavily on them, each step laden with the fear of an unseen enemy. Henry's grip on his rifle tightened as the convoy entered a particularly dense section of the road. The attack came swiftly. Explosions erupted from the roadside, throwing dirt and debris into the air. Gunfire followed, echoing through the trees. Henri dived for cover as bullets whizzed past him. He returned fire, his heart racing, his mind consumed by the chaos. Across the road, when fired from his concealed position, his movements calculated and precise. When the smoke cleared, the convoy lay in ruins. The Viet Minh retreated into the jungle, leaving behind the smoldering wreckage of trucks and the anguished cries of the wounded. Henri sat on the ground, his hands trembling as he clutched his rifle. For Nguyen, the ambush was a victory, but the cost of seeing the suffering it caused left a bitter taste in his mouth. The soldiers on both sides sought solace in the small moments of reprieve between battles. For Henri, writing letters home became a ritual, a way to keep his connection to a life that felt increasingly distant. He poured his thoughts onto the pages, describing the beauty of the jungle and the horrors of war in equal measure. Yet, he never mentioned the faces of his fallen comrades or the fear that gripped him at night. Nguyen Hue did not write letters, but he kept a small notebook in which he jotted down his thoughts. He wrote about his dreams for a free Vietnam, about his family, and about the friends he had lost. The act of writing gave him a sense of control in a world that seemed to thrive on chaos. In the French camp, the mail courier arrived with letters from home. Soldiers gathered eagerly, hoping for news from loved ones. Henri opened a letter from his mother, her handwriting as familiar as her voice. She wrote about the harvest, about their neighbors, and about how much she prayed for his safe return. The words brought tears to Henri's eyes, a reminder of what he was fighting to protect. For Nguyen, the jungle itself was his letter, a testament to the resilience of his people and their unwavering belief in their cause. Each tree, each river, and each patch of soil carried the weight of their struggle. It was a story written not in ink but in blood and sacrifice. In the aftermath of the convoy ambush, the jungle grew quiet again, its canopy shielding both sides from the scorching sun. Henri Delacroix and his unit were sent to patrol the nearby villages, searching for Viet Minh sympathizers. It was a task that weighed heavily on Henri. He saw the fear in the villagers' eyes and felt the tension in the air as they watched the soldiers pass. One afternoon, Henri's unit entered a small village that had been ravaged by the war. The sight of burnt homes and empty streets reminded Henri of the destruction he had seen in the jungles. As his unit searched for supplies, Henri noticed an elderly man sitting on the steps of a crumbling house, clutching a photograph. Henri approached cautiously, his rifle slung over his shoulder. The man looked up, his eyes filled with both sorrow and defiance. Henri offered him a piece of bread, a small gesture that bridged the divide between them, if only for a moment. The man hesitated before accepting it, nodding his thanks. Unbeknownst to Henri, Nguyen Hue was hiding in the same village, watching from a distance. He saw the interaction between the soldier and the old man and felt a pang of recognition. Even in the midst of war, there were moments that transcended the conflict, moments that reminded him of their shared humanity. The days after the convoy ambush weighed heavily on the French forces. Despite their superior weaponry and reinforcements, the jungle seemed to swallow every gain they made. The Viet Minh's hit-and-run tactics, their ability to blend into the landscape, and their growing support from local villages eroded French morale. General de Brochet, pacing in his command tent, knew the precarious nature of their position. Reports of desertions trickled in, soldiers weary of endless ambushes, terrified of the jungle that seemed to conspire against them. Even among the officers, whispers of doubt grew louder. "If we can't hold Nam Dinh," one captain muttered, "how can we hope to hold all of Indochina?" Henri Delacroix felt the weight of these doubts every time he strapped on his rifle. He noticed the distant stares of his comrades, their conversations shorter, their laughter forced. Even Sergeant Luc Moreau, once the heart of their unit, spoke less, his energy drained by the unrelenting grind of the war. Meanwhile, Nguyen Hue and his unit regrouped deep in the jungle. The recent ambushes had bolstered their spirits, but Nguyen could sense the toll on his comrades as well. Supplies were scarce, and the constant movement wore them down. Yet, they pushed forward, fueled by a belief that their sacrifices were building a future free from foreign rule. One quiet evening, Henri sat outside his tent, gazing at the night sky. The stars were vivid and unyielding, twinkling against the velvet blackness. He thought of home, of the nights spent under the same stars with his younger brother, pretending to name constellations they barely understood. He missed the innocence of those days, the simplicity of a life untouched by war. Across the jungle, Nguyen Hue looked up at the same sky. His comrades were asleep, their breath steady and rhythmic, but Nguyen couldn't rest. The jungle was alive with nocturnal sounds, the chirping of insects, the rustling of leaves. The stars offered him a fleeting sense of peace, a reminder of the world beyond the war. For a brief moment, under the silent stars, both men shared an unspoken connection. Though they fought on opposite sides, they were bound by the same longing for peace, for a return to lives that felt increasingly out of reach. The jungle, already an unforgiving landscape, turned harsher as heavy rains swept through the region. Torrential downpours transformed dirt paths into muddy quagmires, rivers swelled and spilled over their banks, and visibility dropped to near zero in the dense mist. For both the French and the Viet Minh, the rain was an enemy that neither side could outmaneuver. Henry's unit struggled to keep their weapons dry as they trudged through knee-deep mud. The rain soaked through their uniforms, and the chill seeped into their bones. Tempers flared as soldiers slipped and fell, their exhaustion magnified by the relentless weather. Henri clenched his teeth, pushing forward despite the gnawing cold. For Nguyen Hue and his comrades, the rain offered both a challenge and an advantage. The swollen rivers made movement difficult, but they also concealed their tracks. Nguyen's unit used the cover of the storm to raid a French supply depot, slipping in and out like ghosts. Yet, the wet and cold took their toll, leaving the fighters huddled together for warmth in makeshift shelters. As the rain continued to pour, the jungle seemed to take on a life of its own. Trees creaked and swayed under the weight of water, and the ground seemed to shift with every step. Both sides knew that nature cared little for their conflict. It would claim anyone who underestimated its power. Despite the rain and the hardships it brought, the Viet Minh remained undeterred. Vo Nguyen Giap issued new orders to intensify their efforts, targeting French fortifications and cutting off their supply lines. The goal was clear: wear down the enemy until they had no choice but to leave. Nguyen Hue was part of a unit assigned to infiltrate a French outpost near Nam Dinh. The plan required precision and stealth. One mistake could mean death. Under the cover of night, Nguyen and his comrades crept through the jungle, their movements silent, their breaths shallow. Henri, stationed at the outpost, felt the weight of the night pressing down on him. The rain had finally stopped, leaving an eerie silence in its wake. He stood guard, his rifle heavy in his hands, his eyes scanning the darkness. He could feel the tension everywhere, a sense that something was coming. When the attack began, it was swift and calculated. Explosions ripped through the quiet night as Nguyen's unit struck with ferocity. Henri fired into the chaos, his heart racing as he tried to make sense of the shadows moving around him. The French forces managed to repel the attackers, but the damage was done. Supplies were destroyed, and morale was further eroded. As Nguyen retreated into the jungle, his chest heaved with exhaustion. The mission had been a success, but the cost weighed heavily on him. He thought of the French soldiers he had seen up close, their faces filled with fear and desperation. The war had dehumanized them all, turning individuals into targets, into symbols of an enemy that was both real and imagined. The story of Operation Castor. The Dien Bien Valley, in 1953, was the location selected by fate to witness the horrendous war between the French and Vietnamese forces. Both sides were desperate for a decisive victory, and this valley, with its strategic importance, would become the stage for one of the most daring military operations in modern history. Operation Castor. France, intent on maintaining its colonial grip, sought to establish a stronghold in Dien Bien Phu. The plan was audacious, a rapid airborne operation to secure the valley and create a defensive outpost deep in enemy territory. But the Viet Minh, under the strategic brilliance of General Von Nguyen Giap, had other plans. As the French C-119 planes roared overhead, the people below, farmers, soldiers, and children, looked up at the foreign machines, unaware of the carnage that would soon engulf their lives. This story unfolds not through the eyes of a single hero but through a mosaic of perspectives: the French paratrooper, the Viet Minh strategist, the Vietnamese farmer caught in the crossfire, and the journalist documenting the unfolding tragedy. Together, their stories weave a tapestry of courage, sacrifice, and the cost of war. In a dimly lit room in Saigon, French commanders gathered around a table covered in maps and intelligence reports. General Henri Navarre, the newly appointed commander of French forces, leaned over a map of northern Vietnam. His finger hovered over Dien Bien Phu, a remote valley surrounded by towering mountains. "This," he declared, "will be our anchor. We will draw the Viet Minh into open battle and break their spine." The plan, codenamed Operation Castor, was ambitious and fraught with risk. It required an airborne assault to capture the valley and establish a fortified garrison. The goal was clear: sever the Viet Minh supply lines and force them into a conventional fight where French firepower could dominate. Yet, whispers of doubt lingered among the officers. The valley's isolation, the unpredictable weather, and the Viet Minh's growing strength cast long shadows over their confidence. Jean-Pierre Duffler, a seasoned paratrooper, sat quietly as the briefing unfolded. For him, the war was personal. He had seen friends lost in battles from Hanoi to the Red River Delta. Now, he prepared for another mission, one that would test the limits of his endurance and resolve. As the meeting concluded, the men exchanged wary glances. They knew this operation could change the course of the war, or end in disaster. Meanwhile, deep in the jungles of northern Vietnam, General Von Nguyen Giap studied his own maps. News of the French plan had reached him through a network of spies. Giap, a man of patience and precision, saw an opportunity. "Let them come," he told his officers. "The mountains will be our allies. We will surround them and ensure they cannot leave." On November 20, 1953, the first wave of French paratroopers leaped from their planes into the valley below. The air was thick with the roar of engines and the snap of parachutes unfolding against the sky. From the ground, Nguyen T, a local farmer, watched in awe and fear. His rice paddies, his home, were suddenly at the center of a war he had tried to avoid. The descent was chaotic. Flak guns fired sporadically from the edges of the valley, though the Viet Minh's presence was not as strong as expected. Jean-Pierre landed hard but uninjured. Around him, his comrades gathered their gear and secured the landing zone. The initial hours were a flurry of activity as French forces established a perimeter and began fortifying their positions. Trucks and artillery pieces were dropped from the skies, their arrival shaking the earth. But even as the French celebrated their early success, the Viet Minh were watching. In the hills, scouts relayed information to General Giap. He ordered his forces to encircle the valley, a silent noose tightening around the French garrison. T, forced to abandon his farm, joined a stream of villagers heading for safety. Yet, he found himself caught between two armies, his future as uncertain as the war itself. By November 21st, the French garrison was transforming Dien Bien Phu into a fortress. Engineers worked tirelessly to fortify positions, creating a network of bunkers and trenches across the valley floor. Supplies were airdropped in rapid succession, and the heavy artillery roared to life, signaling the establishment of the base. The French commanders named the various strongpoints after women, Claudine, Dominique, and Elaine, symbols of strength and resolve. Jean-Pierre Duffert found himself assigned to Dominique, a crucial hilltop position overlooking the valley. He watched as his comrades dug into the rocky soil, their laughter masking the unease simmering beneath. At night, the jungle's sounds were a haunting symphony of cicadas, distant gunfire, and whispers of the unknown. The men knew the Viet Minh were close, their presence felt in every shadow. Across the valley, General Giap studied the French defenses. The garrison appeared formidable, but Giap knew its vulnerabilities. The French were reliant on air support for supplies and communication, a lifeline he intended to sever. His troops, battle-hardened and disciplined, began their march through dense jungle paths, carrying artillery pieces dismantled into parts and hauled by hand. Every movement was deliberate, every step a testament to their resolve. Meanwhile, MOUETTE sought refuge in a nearby village controlled by the Viet Minh. The people there spoke of the French as invaders and of the Viet Minh as liberators. T, torn between survival and allegiance, found himself drawn into the Viet Minh's cause. As he helped them transport supplies, he wondered if he could ever return to the life he once knew. By the third day, Dien Bien Phu was a hive of activity. French soldiers patrolled the perimeter while engineers strengthened defenses. Morale was high, bolstered by promises from the command that reinforcements would arrive if needed. Colonel Jean Gillis, overseeing the operation, assured his men that their position was impregnable. Jean-Pierre, however, was less convinced. During a patrol near the jungle's edge, he discovered signs of enemy activity, trampled grass, faint trails, and the unmistakable marks of artillery wheels. He reported his findings, but the warnings were dismissed by senior officers who believed the Viet Minh lacked the resources to mount a serious attack. "They won't risk a direct confrontation," one officer scoffed. "We're too strong." In the hills surrounding the valley, the Viet Minh prepared for a siege. General Giap's forces moved with precision, assembling artillery positions under the cover of night. They dug tunnels and camouflaged their movements, ensuring the French would remain unaware of the growing threat. Giap's strategy was clear: isolate the garrison, wear down its defenses, and strike when the time was right. MOUETTE, now an unwilling participant in the Viet Minh's efforts, found himself carrying ammunition up steep mountain trails. He marveled at the determination of the soldiers, many of whom were young and unarmed. Their belief in victory was unshakable, and their resilience inspired both admiration and fear in T. As days turned to weeks, whispers of doubt began to spread within the French camp. Supplies, though abundant, were inconsistently delivered due to the unpredictable weather. The jungle's oppressive heat and humidity took a toll on the men, breeding fatigue and illness. Letters from home, filled with news of protests against the war, further eroded morale. Jean-Pierre found solace in the camaraderie of his fellow soldiers. Around campfires, they shared stories of home, their laughter a brief reprieve from the mounting tension. Yet, the cracks in their resolve were evident. Each night, the sound of Viet Minh artillery grew closer, a constant reminder of the enemy's presence. In a remote command post, General Giap reviewed his progress. The French, he noted, were digging in deeper, their confidence waning with each passing day. His forces were ready, their positions secure. "We will let them weaken themselves," he told his officers. "Then, we strike." MOUETTE, now familiar with the Viet Minh's operations, observed their preparations with growing unease. He saw the toll the war took on both sides, the exhaustion, the fear, the unspoken longing for peace. Yet, he also witnessed moments of humanity, a soldier sharing his rations, a medic tending to a wounded comrade. These glimpses of kindness gave T hope, even as the specter of battle loomed ever larger. By late November, the Viet Minh had nearly completed their encirclement of Dien Bien Phu. In the shadow of the jungle, their movements were as silent as the wind rustling through the trees. Artillery positions were dug into the hills, their barrels hidden beneath layers of camouflage. Supplies flowed steadily through an intricate network of trails, carried on the backs of men and women committed to the cause. In the French camp, signs of the tightening noose were becoming harder to ignore. Patrols reported sporadic skirmishes with unseen enemies, and the occasional flash of distant mortar fire punctuated the night. Jean-Pierre Duffert stood watch at Dominique, scanning the treetops for any sign of movement. "They're out there," he murmured to himself. And they're waiting. MOUETTE, now fully immersed in the Viet Minh's operations, saw the noose tighten from the other side. The soldiers he worked alongside were a mixture of youthful enthusiasm and hardened determination. Each one carried the weight of their mission with quiet pride. T marveled at their discipline, even as he wrestled with his own fears. Could they truly defeat the well-equipped French forces entrenched in the valley below? General Giap, ever the strategist, remained patient. His forces were prepared, but he knew the value of time. Each day the French spent isolated in the valley sapped their strength and resolve. "Let them feel secure," he told his officers. "And then, we will teach them the cost of underestimating their enemy." As December approached, tensions within the French garrison reached a boiling point. The isolation and constant threat of attack began to wear on the soldiers. Arguments broke out over minor grievances, and rumors spread like wildfire. Some claimed the Viet Minh had infiltrated the camp, while others whispered of a lack of faith in the high command. Jean-Pierre found himself caught in the middle of these disputes. He tried to rally his comrades, reminding them of their mission and the promises of reinforcements. But even he could not deny the cracks forming in their unity. Each night, the jungle seemed to grow darker, the sounds of the Viet Minh's preparations growing louder. In the Viet Minh camps, morale was high. Soldiers sang songs of liberation, their voices echoing through the mountains. MOUETTE watched them with a mix of admiration and trepidation. These were not merely soldiers, they were a people fighting for their land, their families, their future. Yet, T could not shake the feeling that he was trapped, a pawn in a game far larger than himself. Meanwhile, General Giap received reports of discontent among the French forces. It was a sign that his strategy was working. The enemy's greatest weakness, he told his officers, is not in their defenses but in their minds. We will exploit that weakness. On the morning of December 3rd, the Viet Minh launched their first major assault. A barrage of artillery fire rained down on the French positions, shattering the morning calm. The earth trembled as shells exploded, sending plumes of smoke and debris into the air. The French soldiers scrambled to their positions, their shouts drowned out by the deafening roar. Jean-Pierre manned a machine gun at Dominy, his heart pounding as he scanned the chaos below. The Viet Minh infantry surged forward, their courage undeterred by the relentless gunfire. Wave after wave of soldiers charged the French defenses, their battle cries cutting through the cacophony of war. Jean-Pierre's hands shook as he fired, his mind grappling with the sheer determination of his enemy. MOUETTE, watching from a distance, felt a pang of guilt. He had helped carry the ammunition now being used to attack the French. The sight of bodies falling on both sides filled him with despair. He wondered if there would ever be an end to the bloodshed or if this was the price of freedom. Though the French repelled the assault, it came at a heavy cost. The bombardment had destroyed key defensive positions, and casualties were mounting. Colonel Gillis, surveying the aftermath, knew that this was only the beginning. The Viet Minh had tested their defenses, and found their weaknesses. The battle for Dien Bien Phu entered a grueling phase of attrition. Both sides dug in, the valley becoming a chessboard of trenches and artillery positions. The once vibrant landscape was scarred by craters, the air heavy with the smell of gunpowder and death. For the French, survival depended on holding their ground. For the Viet Minh, victory meant wearing down their enemy until they had no choice but to surrender. Jean-Pierre spent his days reinforcing trenches and his nights on edge, listening for the slightest sound of movement. The relentless Viet Minh attacks came in waves, each one testing the limits of the French defenses. Jean-Pierre saw comrades fall, their bodies buried hastily in shallow graves. The toll of war was etched into every line on his face. MOUETTE, too, felt the weight of the conflict. He had become a silent observer of humanity's capacity for destruction and resilience. The Viet Minh's resolve was unshakable, yet T could not help but mourn the lives lost on both sides. He longed for his farm, for the simple life he had once known, but he knew there was no going back. General Giap watched as his plan unfolded. The French were weakening, their resources stretched thin. But Giap was cautious. He knew that victory required patience, and he was willing to wait as long as it took. Every day we fight, he told his troops, is a day closer to freedom. As the battle dragged into December, Colonel Jean Gillis felt the enormity of his responsibility. From his command post at the heart of the French garrison, he reviewed reports of mounting casualties, dwindling supplies, and the unrelenting attacks from the Viet Minh. The isolation of Dien Bien Phu weighed heavily on his mind. Every decision he made could mean life or death for his men. Jean-Pierre Duffert saw the strain on his superiors. The once confident colonel now wore exhaustion like a second skin. Orders became terse, and tempers flared among the officers. Yet, the men in the trenches continued to fight, clinging to the hope that reinforcements would soon arrive. In the hills surrounding the valley, General Von Nguyen Giap remained a steady presence among his troops. He walked among them, offering words of encouragement and sharing their hardships. His strategy was clear: avoid unnecessary casualties, maintain pressure on the French, and wait for the right moment to deliver the final blow. Victory is not won by strength alone, he reminded his officers. It is won by will. MOUETTE, now accustomed to the Viet Minh's disciplined routines, began to feel a sense of belonging. Yet, he could not shake the memories of his home, his family, and the life he had left behind. The war, he realized, was not just a battle for territory, it was a battle for survival, for identity, and for a future beyond the conflict. The nights in Dien Bien Phu grew colder as the year drew to a close. The French soldiers huddled in their trenches, their breath visible in the frosty air. Sleep was a luxury few could afford, with the constant threat of attack keeping them on edge. Jean-Pierre often found himself staring at the stars, wondering if he would live to see another sunrise. The Viet Minh, too, endured the cold and fatigue. Their supply lines stretched across rugged terrain, and the effort of hauling artillery and ammunition took a toll. Yet, their morale remained high. Songs of defiance echoed through the mountains, a testament to their unwavering determination. MOUETTE listened to these songs and felt a pang of guilt. The soldier's optimism was contagious, but he could not ignore the growing despair in his heart. One night, under the cover of darkness, the Viet Minh launched a daring raid on the French strongpoint ATLANTE. The attack was swift and brutal, catching the defenders off guard. Jean-Pierre was among the reinforcements sent to repel the assault. He fought fiercely, his rifle trembling in his hands as the chaos unfolded around him. By dawn, the French had held their position, but the cost was devastating. ATLANTE was littered with the bodies of friend and foe alike. General Giap observed the aftermath of the raid with a solemn expression. He knew that each engagement brought them closer to their goal, but the sacrifices weighed heavily on him. "Every soldier we lose is a reminder of what we fight for," he told his officers. "And why we must succeed." In early January 1954, the French High Command promised reinforcements for Dien Bien Phu, supplies and additional troops would be airdropped into the valley, bolstering the beleaguered garrison. The news brought a flicker of hope to the soldiers, but it was tempered by the reality of their situation. The Viet Minh's grip on the valley was tightened, and every plane that approached faced the risk of being shot down. Jean-Pierre watched as the first wave of supply planes arrived, their engines roaring overhead. Parachutes dotted the sky, delivering crates of food, ammunition, and medical supplies. The sight was a morale boost for the men, but it was short-lived. Viet Minh anti-aircraft fire grew more accurate with each passing day, and several planes were lost in subsequent missions. MOUETTE saw the desperation in the French attempts to resupply their garrison. He and other Viet Minh soldiers worked tirelessly to intercept the supplies, seizing what they could before the French could retrieve it. The captured crates were a lifeline for the Viet Minh, providing much-needed resources for their campaign. In the French command post, Colonel Gillis expressed his gratitude for the reinforcements but remained realistic. "This is a temporary reprieve," he told his officers. "We cannot rely on air support alone. We must hold our ground and prepare for the worst." By mid-January, the Viet Minh artillery had become a constant presence in Dien Bien Phu. Shells rained down on the French positions daily, their explosions shaking the earth and shredding the hastily constructed defenses. The once pristine valley was now a landscape of craters, smoke, and destruction. Jean-Pierre found himself in the trenches, surrounded by the deafening cacophony of war. He had grown used to the sound of artillery, but the fear it instilled never truly disappeared. Each explosion was a reminder of how close death could be. He clung to his rifle, his fingers numb from the cold, and prayed for the barrage to end. MOUETTE, too, felt the impact of the artillery. Though he was far from the front lines, the sounds of war were inescapable. He watched as Viet Minh gunners methodically targeted the French strongpoints, their precision improving with each day. He marveled at their resolve but could not help feeling a sense of foreboding. The battle was escalating, and there was no turning back. General Giap, overseeing the artillery campaign, was pleased with the progress. The French were on the defensive, their resources dwindling, and their morale waning. Yet, he urged his troops to remain vigilant. "The enemy is desperate," he warned. "And desperation can make them dangerous." As January wore on, the French soldiers in Dien Bien Phu faced a new kind of warfare. The Viet Minh began employing sappers, small teams of engineers trained to tunnel beneath the French defenses and plant explosives. These silent warriors worked under the cover of darkness, their progress marked by faint vibrations and muffled sounds that sent chills through the French trenches. Jean-Pierre Duffert first encountered the sappers' work during a midnight patrol. As he approached the edge of a trench, the ground beneath him trembled, followed by a low rumble and a sudden explosion. The blast threw him off his feet, and when he regained his senses, the trench was gone, replaced by a smoking crater. The Viet Minh had successfully collapsed part of the French defenses, a chilling reminder of their ingenuity and persistence. MOUETTE, who had befriended some of the sappers, marveled at their courage. Armed with little more than picks, shovels, and explosives, these men risked everything to undermine the French positions. Their faces were etched with determination, their resolve unshaken by the constant danger. T helped transport supplies to the sappers, his respect for their bravery growing with each trip into the dark tunnels. General Giap praised the sappers' efforts, knowing that their work was a critical component of his strategy. "Every tunnel we dig brings us closer to victory," he told his officers. "We will chip away at their defenses until they have nowhere left to stand." February brought heavy rains to Dien Bien Phu, turning the valley into a quagmire of mud and misery. The downpour soaked everything, from the French trenches to the Viet Minh's jungle camps. Movement became arduous, and supplies were mired in the sticky, clinging earth. Yet, the rain did nothing to dampen the intensity of the battle. Jean-Pierre and his comrades struggled to keep their weapons and ammunition dry. The trenches, already a claustrophobic labyrinth, became pools of stagnant water. Soldiers fell ill with trench foot, malaria, and dysentery, their bodies weakened by the unrelenting conditions. Still, they held their ground, determined not to yield to the enemy, or the elements. For the Viet Minh, the rain was both a blessing and a curse. It concealed their movements, allowing them to advance closer to the French positions under the cover of night. But it also slowed their supply lines and made the already grueling work of hauling artillery even more arduous. MOUETTE, now accustomed to the hardship of war, found himself wading through knee-deep mud, his body aching but his spirit unbroken. General Giap viewed the rain as an opportunity. The French were at their most vulnerable, their morale eroding with each storm. He ordered his troops to intensify their attacks, using the weather to their advantage. "The rain is our ally," he told his men. "It washes away their strength and leaves them exposed." As the siege dragged on, MOUETTE found himself grappling with his role in the conflict. He had joined the Viet Minh out of necessity, but his loyalty was far from certain. Each time he saw the devastation wrought by their attacks, he questioned whether the fight was worth the cost. Yet, the stories of French oppression, told by his comrades around the campfires, fueled his resolve. One night, T encountered a young Viet Minh soldier, barely older than a boy, who spoke of his family's suffering under French rule. The boy's father had been killed, his mother forced to flee their village. "This is why we fight," the boy said, his voice trembling with emotion. T nodded, though his heart remained heavy. He saw the truth in the boy's words but could not silence the voice within him that longed for peace. On the French side, Jean-Pierre found himself haunted by similar doubts. Letters from home spoke of protests against the war, of friends questioning the necessity of France's presence in Indochina. Yet, he reminded himself of his duty to his comrades, to the men who stood shoulder to shoulder with him in the trenches. "We're all just trying to survive," he thought. "That's the only loyalty that matters now." By mid-February, both sides were teetering on the edge of exhaustion. The French garrison, isolated and under constant attack, began to show signs of desperation. Supplies were running low, and reinforcements seemed increasingly unlikely. Colonel Gillis, though steadfast in his leadership, knew the situation was growing dire. "We must hold," he told his officers. "We have no other choice." Jean-Pierre felt the weight of despair among his comrades. The laughter and camaraderie that once buoyed their spirits had faded, replaced by silence and the hollow stares of men pushed to their limits. Each day brought more casualties, more reminders of their precarious situation. Still, he clung to hope, even as it slipped through his fingers like the rainwater pooling in the trenches. For the Viet Minh, the toll was equally heavy. The relentless fighting claimed lives daily, and even the most hardened soldiers began to falter. MOUETTE witnessed the grief of his comrades as they buried their dead, their songs of defiance now tinged with sorrow. Yet, the belief in their cause kept them moving forward, step by agonizing step. General Giap, though proud of his troops' perseverance, understood the human cost of his strategy. He visited the front lines, offering words of encouragement and acknowledging their sacrifices. "We fight not just for ourselves," he said, "but for generations to come. Their freedom will be the legacy of your bravery." In late February, the skies above Dien Bien Phu became a battlefield of their own. French supply planes faced relentless anti-aircraft fire as they attempted to deliver much-needed provisions to the garrison. The Viet Minh had positioned artillery strategically in the hills, their gunners trained to anticipate the planes' flight paths. Each mission became a gamble with death. Jean-Pierre Dufour watched as a C-119 transport plane, heavily laden with supplies, took a direct hit. The aircraft burst into flames, spiraling downward before crashing into the jungle. The soldiers in the trenches fell silent, the sight a grim reminder of their isolation. Without air support, their chances of holding out were slim. For MOUETTE and the Viet Minh gunners, these victories were hard-won. The long hours spent maintaining their artillery and aiming at distant targets took a toll, but the sight of a plane falling from the sky bolstered their spirits. T, standing near one of the gun crews, felt a mixture of pride and unease. Each downed plane brought them closer to victory, but it also meant more lives lost in the relentless cycle of war. General Giap praised his troops for their precision. "Every plane we bring down," he told them, "weakens their resolve. The French believe they are invincible from the air, but we are proving them wrong. Keep firing." Despite the constant barrage of artillery and the dwindling supplies, the French soldiers at Dien Bien Phu refused to surrender. The garrison became a symbol of defiance, a testament to the resilience of those who fought for survival. Each man clung to the belief that reinforcements would come, that they would not be abandoned. Jean-Pierre spent his days reinforcing trenches and his nights writing letters he might never send. In his heart, he knew the odds were against them, but he refused to let despair take hold. His comrades shared his determination, their bond forged in the crucible of war. "We are still here," they told one another. "And as long as we are here, the battle is not over." The Viet Minh, too, faced their own challenges. Supplies were stretched thin, and the toll of constant fighting weighed heavily on the soldiers. Yet, their belief in the cause kept them going. MOUETTE saw this determination in their eyes, in the way they carried themselves despite the exhaustion. Their whispers of defiance became a quiet roar, growing louder with each passing day. General Giap, observing both his troops and the French, understood the power of morale. "The enemy's will is their strongest weapon," he told his officers. "But even the strongest will can be broken. We will wear them down, piece by piece, until they have nothing left." March arrived with a sense of foreboding. Both sides knew that the coming weeks would be decisive. The Viet Minh continued to tighten their grip on the valley, their artillery pounding the French positions with unrelenting force. The French, though battered and bruised, held on, their trenches a testament to their endurance. Jean-Pierre awoke to the sound of an intense bombardment. Shells rained down on Dominique, shaking the ground and sending plumes of dirt and smoke into the air. He scrambled to his position, his ears ringing and his heart pounding. The Viet Minh were launching a massive assault, their forces surging toward the French strongpoints with a ferocity unmatched in previous attacks. MOUETTE, carrying ammunition to the front lines, witnessed the chaos firsthand. The Viet Minh soldiers moved with precision and purpose, their determination unwavering despite the heavy resistance. T felt a surge of adrenaline as he passed wounded comrades and shouted words of encouragement. This, he realized, was the moment they had been preparing for. The battle raged for hours, the valley echoing with the sounds of gunfire, explosions, and the cries of the wounded. By nightfall, the Viet Minh had made significant gains, capturing parts of the French defenses. Yet, the cost was steep, with casualties mounting on both sides. Jean-Pierre, bloodied but alive, stood amid the ruins of Dominique, his rifle heavy in his hands. He knew the battle was far from over. General Giap surveyed the battlefield, his expression unreadable. The attack had been a success, but he knew the fight was not yet won. "We have dealt them a blow," he said. "Now, we must press on. Victory is within our grasp." The morning after the Viet Minh's assault on Dominique, the French garrison at Dien Bien Phu was a scene of devastation. Smoke hung thick in the air, mingling with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Soldiers worked tirelessly to repair their shattered defenses, their movements sluggish with exhaustion. Jean-Pierre Duffert sat against the remnants of a trench wall, his body aching and his mind clouded by the memories of the previous night. The French commanders held an emergency meeting. Colonel Gillis, his face drawn and weary, spoke with grim determination. "We will not abandon our position. Reinforcements may be delayed, but we hold until the last man. This valley will not fall." His words stirred a flicker of hope among the officers, though many doubted the feasibility of their survival. Meanwhile, MOUETTE stood on the hills overlooking the valley, gazing at the French positions below. The Viet Minh had achieved a partial victory, but at a staggering cost. Rows of makeshift graves dotted the jungle, and the wounded filled every available shelter. T helped carry injured comrades to medics, their groans of pain a reminder of the war's unrelenting toll. Still, the soldiers' resolve remained unbroken, their eyes filled with the fire of belief. General Giap ordered his troops to regroup and prepare for the next phase of the siege. "The French are reeling," he told his officers. "We must maintain the pressure. Each blow we deliver brings us closer to the final strike." As the Viet Minh tightened their grip on the valley, the French soldiers dug in deeper. The garrison became a fortress of determination, each man clinging to the hope that reinforcements would soon arrive. Jean-Pierre found himself inspired by the resilience of his comrades. Though supplies were dwindling and casualties mounting, the men refused to surrender their ground. Jean-Pierre spent his nights on patrol, scanning the darkness for signs of movement. Every shadow seemed alive, every rustle a potential threat. He had learned to sleep in short bursts, his rifle always within arm's reach. Despite the fear and fatigue, he felt a sense of camaraderie that bound him to his fellow soldiers. "We are stronger together," he thought. "That's what keeps us alive." MOUETTE, observing the French from afar, saw a similar unity among his own comrades. The Viet Minh soldiers shared what little food and water they had, their laughter and songs a defiant stand against the hardships they faced. T, though torn by his own doubts, could not help but admire their spirit. They believed in a future beyond the war, a future worth fighting for. General Jayap continued to rally his forces, emphasizing the importance of discipline and strategy. This is not just a battle for a valley, he reminded them. It is a battle for freedom. Every step forward brings us closer to the world we dream of. In mid-March, the Viet Minh turned their focus to the French strongpoint Elaine. Positioned on a hill overlooking the valley, Elaine was a critical defensive position for the garrison. Its capture would give the Viet Minh a strategic advantage, allowing them to rain fire down on the remaining French defenses. The assault began at dusk, with a massive artillery barrage that lit up the sky. Jean-Pierre, stationed at Elaine, braced himself as the shells tore through the trenches. The ground shook with each explosion, and the air filled with the deafening roar of battle. When the barrage subsided, the Viet Minh infantry surged forward, their bayonets glinting in the fading light. The fighting was brutal and chaotic. Jean-Pierre fired until his rifle overheated, his hands trembling as he reloaded. Around him, his comrades fought with everything they had, determined to hold the line. By dawn, the French had managed to repel the attack, but the cost was staggering. The trenches of Elaine were littered with the dead and wounded, a grim testament to the ferocity of the battle. MOUETTE, who had helped transport ammunition to the front lines, witnessed the carnage from the Viet Minh's perspective. The losses were heavy, but the soldiers remained undeterred. They regrouped, their faces set with determination. "We will take Elaine," one soldier said, his voice steady despite the fatigue in his eyes. "If not today, then tomorrow." As the siege entered its 5th month, the French High Command made a desperate decision. They planned a bold counterattack to break the Viet Minh's stranglehold on the valley. The operation, though risky, was seen as their best chance to regain the initiative and secure their position. Jean-Pierre and his comrades were briefed on the plan. They would lead a nighttime assault on a Viet Minh artillery position, hoping to disrupt their bombardments and create an opening for reinforcements. The soldiers knew the odds were against them, but the thought of taking the fight to the enemy gave them a renewed sense of purpose. The operation began under the cover of darkness. Jean-Pierre moved silently through the jungle, his heart pounding with adrenaline. The French forces advanced in coordinated waves, their movements precise and disciplined. When they reached the Viet Minh position, the battle erupted in a flurry of gunfire and explosions. Jean-Pierre fought with everything he had, his mind focused solely on the task at hand. The counterattack succeeded in destroying several artillery pieces, but the victory was short-lived. The Viet Minh regrouped and launched a counteroffensive, forcing the French to retreat. Jean-Pierre stumbled back to the garrison, his body battered and his spirit shaken. The gamble had failed, and the garrison was once again on the defensive. By late March, Dien Bien Phu had become a nightmare for both sides. The valley was a hellscape of mud, smoke, and blood, the once vibrant landscape reduced to ruins. For the French, every day felt like a lifetime, every night an endless battle for survival. Jean-Pierre sat in the trenches, his rifle cradled in his arms. Around him, his comrades whispered prayers, their voices barely audible over the distant sound of artillery. The air was heavy with tension, each man bracing for the next assault. Jean-Pierre closed his eyes and thought of home, of a life beyond the war. He wondered if he would ever see it again. MOUETTE, too, felt the weight of the war. The Viet Minh's victories had come at a staggering cost, and the strain was visible on every face. Yet, their belief in their cause remained unshaken. T carried supplies to the front lines, his steps heavy but his resolve steady. He knew the final battle was approaching, and he steeled himself for what lay ahead. General Jayap, sensing the garrison's weakening resolve, prepared his forces for the final push. "This is our moment," he told his troops. "The enemy is on the brink of collapse. One more strike, and the valley will be ours." The first days of April brought little relief to either side in Dien Bien Phu. The valley was a cauldron of chaos, with the French garrison battered by relentless artillery and the Viet Minh inching closer to victory. Each side prepared for the inevitable climax, knowing that the coming weeks would decide the fate of the battle. Jean-Pierre Duffert stood atop a makeshift lookout, surveying the fractured defenses of the garrison. The trenches were a shadow of their former strength, pocked with craters and weakened by the constant bombardment. Despite the odds, the men clung to their positions, each knowing their stand could mean the difference between survival and defeat. Across the jungle, MOUETTE carried fresh ammunition to the Viet Minh forward positions. The soldiers spoke in hushed tones of the final push, their faces a mix of exhaustion and resolve. T had grown used to the rhythm of war, the brief moments of silence before another thunderous barrage began. Though his doubts remained, he moved with a grim determination, knowing his role in the battle was far from over. General Von Nguyen Giap, calm and methodical, met with his officers. The artillery strikes had weakened the French, and their morale was teetering on the edge. "The storm will break soon," he said. "We must be prepared to push with everything we have. Victory is within reach." On April 6, the Viet Minh launched a full-scale assault on Beatrice, one of the French garrison's key strongpoints. The attack began with an earth-shaking artillery barrage that ripped through the French defenses, leaving the trenches in ruins. The sky lit up with fire as shells rained down, their explosions echoing across the valley. Jean-Pierre was not stationed at Beatrice but could see the devastation from his position at Dominique. The distant flashes of light and the faint cries of battle painted a grim picture. Word spread quickly through the garrison that Beatrice was falling, the defenders overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. MOUETTE watched from a nearby ridge as the Viet Minh surged forward. The soldiers moved with precision, their ranks unwavering despite heavy French resistance. T felt a strange mix of pride and sorrow as he saw the carnage unfold. This victory, though vital, came at a heavy cost. By dawn, Beatrice was in Viet Minh hands. The French survivors retreated to the central garrison, their numbers drastically reduced. Colonel Gillis issued a statement to his men: "We mourn the loss of Beatrice, but we must hold strong. This battle is not over." With the fall of Beatrice, Dien Bien Phu's defenders grew increasingly desperate. The once strong network of strongpoints was now fragmented, and the Viet Minh's grip on the valley tightened with each passing day. Supplies dwindled, and the men grew gaunt and weary. Disease spread through the trenches as the wounded lay in makeshift hospitals, their moans a haunting backdrop to the chaos. Jean-Pierre tended to a wounded comrade, the young soldier's pale face a stark reminder of the garrison's dire state. "Hang in there," he whispered, though he knew the odds were slim. The medic nearby shook his head, silently confirming Jean-Pierre's fears. Yet, he returned to his position, driven by the duty to protect those who still stood beside him. For MOUETTE, the momentum of the battle was both exhilarating and terrifying. The Viet Minh now controlled several key positions, but the cost in lives was staggering. T helped dig new trenches closer to the French lines, the heavy work a welcome distraction from his thoughts. Each shovel of earth brought them closer to victory but also closer to an abyss of grief. General Giap saw the strain on both sides. The French were cornered, their morale crumbling, but they remained dangerous. "We are at the tipping point," he told his officers. "One more decisive strike will break them. Prepare for the next phase." The Viet Minh turned their focus to Claudine, another crucial strongpoint in the French defense. On the night of April 10th, the attack began with a ferocity that had become their trademark. Artillery shells lit up the night sky as waves of Viet Minh soldiers charged toward the French lines, their shouts echoing in the darkness. Jean-Pierre fought fiercely alongside his comrades, their rifles blazing as they tried to hold the line. The trench was a cauldron of fire and smoke, the air thick with the screams of the wounded and dying. Jean-Pierre felt the earth tremble beneath him as the Viet Minh sappers detonated explosives, collapsing part of the trench and forcing the defenders into retreat. MOUETTE worked tirelessly behind the lines, ferrying ammunition to the front. He passed groups of Viet Minh soldiers preparing for another charge, their faces etched with both fear and determination. As he handed over the supplies, T saw the resolve in their eyes and knew they would not stop until Claudine fell. By morning, the strongpoint was lost. The remaining French defenders retreated to the central garrison, their numbers dwindling with each engagement. Colonel Gillis, now visibly haggard, addressed his officers. "We are running out of time," he admitted. "But we must hold until the end. We owe it to the men who have fought and fallen here." With most of the French strongpoints now under Viet Minh control, the final phase of the battle loomed. The garrison, reduced to a small central perimeter, prepared for a last stand. Supplies were critically low, and the men survived on half rations. Yet, they refused to surrender, their defiance a testament to their unyielding spirit. Jean-Pierre spent his days reinforcing the last trenches and his nights writing in a small notebook he had carried since the beginning of the war. He wrote of his comrades, of the battles they had fought, and of the home he longed to see again. "If I don't make it," he wrote, "I hope someone finds this and remembers us." MOUETTE, now fully entrenched in the Viet Minh effort, watched as the preparations for the final assault took shape. The soldiers around him spoke of the end of the battle, of a victory that would resonate across Vietnam and beyond. Yet, T's heart was heavy. The cost of this victory was etched in every face, in every grave hastily dug in the jungle. General Giap stood with his officers, surveying the valley below. The French were cornered, their defenses crumbling, but their resistance remained fierce. "The time has come," he said. "Prepare for the final push. Let this be the day we claim Dien Bien Phu." By mid-April, the French garrison at Dien Bien Phu was an island surrounded by a relentless tide. The Viet Minh now controlled nearly all the high ground, and their artillery bombardments grew more precise and devastating. The once proud defenses of the French had been reduced to rubble, their perimeter shrinking with every passing day. Jean-Pierre Duffert worked tirelessly alongside his comrades to shore up what little remained of the trenches. Every shovel of dirt felt like a battle against inevitability, but he refused to give in to despair. The camaraderie among the men became their greatest strength, binding them together in the face of overwhelming odds. They shared stories of home, memories of better times, and dreams of survival. MOUETTE, stationed just beyond the French lines, witnessed the effects of the siege up close. The Viet Minh's artillery fire was unrelenting, pounding the garrison day and night. T carried supplies to the gunners, marveling at their precision and dedication. Yet, he could not ignore the toll it took on both sides. The valley had become a graveyard, and he feared the ghosts of those lost would haunt him forever. General Vuong Nguyen Giap was unyielding in his strategy. He ordered his forces to maintain the pressure, knowing that time was now on their side. "The French are at their breaking point," he told his officers. "All we need is one final push to bring them to their knees." On April 20th, the French High Command in Hanoi received a desperate request for reinforcements from Colonel Gillis. Supplies were almost exhausted, Casualties were mounting, and morale was on the verge of collapse. "We cannot hold much longer without relief," Gillis wrote. "The men are fighting bravely, but the situation is untenable." The French government, aware of the political ramifications of a defeat at Dien Bien Phu, scrambled to organize additional support. However, the Viet Minh's anti-aircraft fire made supply drops nearly impossible, and reinforcements were too far away to make a difference. Gillis knew the reality: they were alone. Jean-Pierre listened as the officers relayed the news to the troops. The men's faces were a mixture of anger and resignation, their hopes dashed by the reality of their isolation. Yet, even in the face of abandonment, they vowed to fight on. "If this is where we fall," one soldier said, "then let the world remember our stand." MOUETTE overheard Viet Minh officers discussing the intercepted French communications. The knowledge that the garrison had been effectively cut off bolstered their confidence. T felt a pang of sympathy for the French soldiers, men like himself, caught in a war they had little control over. But the cause was bigger than any one man, and T pressed on, helping prepare for the final assault. The Viet Minh's attacks grew more frequent and intense. Each night, the French defenders braced themselves for another wave, their positions shrinking with every engagement. The trenches were a labyrinth of mud and despair, yet the soldiers fought on, driven by duty and the unbreakable bond forged in the crucible of battle. Jean-Pierre found himself manning a machine gun at one of the few remaining strongpoints. He fired relentlessly as Viet Minh soldiers charged forward, their courage undiminished by the heavy fire. The fighting was fierce and unrelenting, with the ground claimed and reclaimed in bloody exchanges. By dawn, the French had held, but just barely. MOUETTE worked behind the front lines, transporting wounded comrades and hauling ammunition to the gunners. The Viet Minh soldiers around him were exhausted but determined. Each step forward brought them closer to victory, and they refused to let fatigue or fear deter them. T, though weary, found strength in their resolve. General Giap ordered his forces to prepare for a coordinated assault on the garrison's central positions. The French were cornered, their defenses in tatters. "The end is near," he told his officers. "Let us finish what we started." On April 30th, the French garrison prepared for what they knew would be their final stand. The remaining soldiers gathered in the shattered remnants of their camp, their faces etched with exhaustion and determination. Jean-Pierre wrote one last entry in his notebook, a letter to his family. "If I do not return," he wrote, "know that I fought with honor and for my brothers in arms. Remember me not as I died but as I live." MOUETTE watched as the Viet Minh forces mobilized for the final assault. Soldiers cleaned their weapons, checked their gear, and shared quiet moments of reflection. T felt the weight of the moment, knowing that the coming battle would define their struggle. Victory was within reach, but it would come at a price. General Giap addressed his troops one last time. "Tomorrow, we will strike the final blow," he said. "This is the moment we have fought for, the moment we secure our freedom. Stand together, and let nothing stand in your way." As night fell over the valley, the sounds of war gave way to an uneasy silence. Both sides knew what lay ahead. The stars above seemed to flicker with anticipation, bearing silent witness to the history about to be made. On the morning of May 1, 1954, the Viet Minh launched their most massive and coordinated assault yet. Artillery fire rained down on the French positions, shaking the earth and shattering what little remained of their defenses. The Viet Minh infantry advanced in waves, their shouts of determination piercing through the chaos. Jean-Pierre fought with every ounce of strength he had left. The air was thick with smoke, the cries of his comrades and the roar of gunfire blending into a cacophony of destruction. He fired until his ammunition ran out, then grabbed a fallen soldier's rifle to continue the fight. Around him, men fell one by one, their sacrifices holding the line for just a few moments longer. MOUETTE moved with the advancing forces, carrying supplies and tending to the wounded. He saw the devastation wrought by the battle, the shattered bodies, the desperate faces of the defenders. Yet, he also saw the determination of his comrades, their belief in victory stronger than ever. By nightfall, the French garrison was overrun. The few remaining defenders surrendered, their weapons dropping from trembling hands. Jean-Pierre, wounded and captured, looked around at the ruins of dying Bien Phu, his heart heavy with the weight of defeat. General Jayat stood at the edge of the valley, his face a mixture of triumph and sorrow. The battle was won, but the cost had been immense. "This is the price of freedom," he said quietly. "And now, we must honor it."